This is Meri at the Meri Atelier, and it is Sunday evening. Time to do some art. I have several things I want to get done. Let me get to my live stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I watch my live stream over on my tablet. Let me get it set up. There we go. There's the live chat, and let me set the quality. I think I can up my quality in the settings. Hi, Nancy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's it going? Let me adjust this just a little here. Is that a little better? Maybe zoom. No, maybe a little more. Welcome to everybody who's watching. I have lots I want to get done tonight. Let me refresh my chat. Okay. Hi, Pam. Welcome, Pam. I thought I'd show you guys some things first. We went to town yesterday morning, Saturday morning. I needed to go to the post office. I've been putting it off all week. I got it done. But then we did our shopping. I'm hoping not to do any more shopping until the 5th of October. But we were at Walmart, and I bought these little mini canvases, and I thought it would be fun to play with these. So we might play with these with the Tim Holtz Woodless Watercolor and see what I can do. We'll see. I wanted to show where I am on the knit stitch. I am enjoying this knit stitch. I had one that I was working with a different yarn, and that yarn is sort of a semi-fuzzy, and I needed to rip out a row, and it was like it was felted to each other. So I didn't quite, I tore it all out. But I am really happy. Well, let's get a piece of white paper and put under this. Or semi-white paper. I am really happy with this knit stitch in Tunisian crochet. See, it looks like a knit stitch. And Becky is right. You want to crochet very loose because it has a tendency to roll up. But the more you do, the flatter it gets. I will say that. And of course, you know, the bottom row is your cast on and your first return row. And that's going to naturally roll up. What crocheters will do to compensate for that is to do a row of single crochet or double crochet on the ends after they get done. Like if you're doing a scarf or a block. This is just a sample piece, but I'm very, very happy with how this is coming out. My ends are getting better. They're not perfect. The end over here where I have the return row has always been pretty good. It's always over here where I add that extra stitch where you have to go in and under the little loop, the little knot that I get lost in there. But it's not bad. Thank you, Shannon. Hi, Riri. Yeah, it looks like a knit stitch. Here again, it's not perfect, but I'm happy with it. So that was Becky's, I think, episode 13 at Beck's Creations. And let me put this behind me. I'll take it out in, well, Penelope's all caught up in this yarn. Penelope, let go of it. She says, I want it for a sweater. All right. Then I have something else I want to show you. What did I do with it? I brought it in. You know, I have been working on a shawl. I've shown this before, but let me move this. I'll come back to this. My shawl is all finished. I'm working on the edging. And this is This is done with this yarn. I got it at the thrift store. And it's a really soft, it's an acrylic, but it's a really soft, and you can tell it's fuzzy, but it makes a really pretty double crochet. And I'm working on the edging. I wish I had enough for tassels, but I don't think I do. So what I'm doing is I've already done some, I guess you would call these waves, scallops. And then what I'm doing on the scallops, if I can find it here. Now, let me find where I am here. I guess if I follow my thread, that would lead me to it. Then on the scallops, I'm putting little Picasso. And here again, you can see it if I put a white paper behind it. See the little Picasso I'm putting on there? And I'm not going to have enough. I'm on my last skein of yarn. And I'm not going to have enough to do fringe. But you know, this pattern did not have fringe on it. This is called the Wandering Arrows, was it? I'll have to find, it was a pattern, a free pattern out on the internet. And I followed it for the most part, but not entirely. And it's a shawl. It's corner to corner. It's corner to corner. And let's see, I think this is the V. No, where's the V here? It's very large. It has to be to fit me. It goes like this. It will fold into a square. Like this. And this will fold over. Something like that. It's hard for me to do that on my desk. But it's a shawl. So I want to get it finished so that I can actually, you know, it's getting cooler. This month is getting cooler. My yarn fell off on the floor. So I'm going to be working on that, finishing it. And then I want to start another project. I haven't quite decided what. But I want to do a crochet project, I think, where I'm actually not doing Tunisian crochet. I'm thinking about another set of fingerless gloves. We did that with Lisa and Becky about a year or so ago, 2 years ago, I think. And I have crocheted enough now. I think I can do a really pretty pair of fingerless gloves. And I might go look up the pattern that we used and do that again. So that's that. I wanted to just do a show and tell. Of course, I'm running over the bag that it was in, and I dropped the pokey tool. It was in Penelope. Hold on a minute. So there we are on that. I bought some really bold black ink. I got these Sharpies before and I didn't get the bold ones, and I want to test these out, the bold, because the ones I have before, I'll use them up, I'll use the ink, but I don't like the lines are too thin for me for my writing and everything. Let's pull one of these out and where's that piece of paper? Let me sit down. Let me write on this. And of course they put a little wax tip on the end of it, so you got to get that little wax tip off of it. Oh yeah, this is going to be nice. Yeah. Whoops, that was my invoice for the Woodless Watercolors. We're going to play with those tonight. Then I wanted to show you, I haven't beheaded my marigolds yet, but I did get out into the garden and I got these blooms. I wanted to get at least one bloom before they dried up. Here they are dry. This was a bloom. And canna lily bulbs. You plant them by the bulbs. You know, you digging them up, you dig the bulbs up every year. But look, these have seed pods, which I find very interesting. They have pods here, and I think there are seeds in there. So very interesting. But what I want to do, I'm going to deconstruct this one. Deconstruct it. I'm going to cut it off the stem. And I put it in water to keep it until tonight. These do not have to be in water. They're just with the other one. I got to be careful I don't spill that. But let me show you this. I'm looking for my quote book that I've been using to put dried flowers in. I have no idea where it's at. I looked and looked and looked. It's probably underneath of a box somewhere. But I went out in the garden the other day and I pulled these morning glory blooms. Now they're not completely dry yet. They're a little damp. But I thought they would all shrivel up. But they do partially. Let me hold this up so you can see it better. But look, these are morning glories. And we have morning glories till the cows come home. So I can go behead all the morning glories. So I'm going to be doing that. I got a few more sunflowers to go, saving the heads of them. They're pretty much done for. Here, see, I've got them all in here. And see, they're still kind of damp because they stick to the page. But if you're very careful, you can peel them off. And I'm just going to leave those. Morning glories. Look at that. Look at that. So when these are all dry, I'll probably put them in my nature journal. That's just a, I don't know what, oh, that's part of this one. Here, let me pull it out. Move it over a little. Move this one down here maybe. So, morning glories. If you have morning glories, go behead them. Put them in a big thick book and let them dry. So I thought I'd show that to you. That'll go back out in the other room. So I'm down to the Somerset Studio. Saturday we did our 4th Art Saturday. And I kind of giggled because I did the scissors. And Jamie did scissors. And boy, she outdid me. She put them in a slit. She made an art journal page. And I saw her do that slit. And if you watch her video, go to my playlist and look at Jamie's video, APG Jamie. And she made a slit in the page. And I'm going, Well, she made her scissors and she did all of her artwork and everything. And then she put a tag on her scissors blade and used her scissors as a tag pull. Very cool. And that slit, she put a piece on the bottom of the page. So the piece on the bottom of the page became a pocket. And then she put little charms in the corners. She did an excellent job. Then, not to be outdone, I mean, then I was, and the other thing I noticed Jamie did is she cut the little shanks of the brads down, and she put a tape or a round circle so this wouldn't catch on anything. So I learned from that. I haven't been doing that on mine. I just leave them as brads, but you learn by watching, don't you? And then later on, Sheila did a video and she had scissors and she put a little journal spot. She attached it here. She accordion folded it. So when you closed your scissors up, the little journal spot would close up. And then when you opened it, you would see the little quote on the journal spot. Very cool. So if you opened it, you saw, hello. So even though we all did the same thing, Jamie, Sylvia, and myself all did the same thing with making scissors, we all took a different approach. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting how we look at things differently and we see things differently as artists? Otherwise, we would be bored if we were all alike, right? So then Roy, Roy outdid us all, let me tell you. He had this big old desk full of scissors. Scissors for this and scissors for that, and a pair of scissors to do this, and he even had the scissors for the youngins. So they're not sharp. They're craft scissors for children, so they don't cut themselves. He even had a pair of those, and he had gardening shears and tin snips, and you name it. I think he had every kind of scissor that exists. I'll tell you, what a collection of scissors. And then, as you kept watching, he made a little scissors sheath. Those little holders for the scissors are called sheaths, SHEAF. You put your scissors together like so. Well, mine go lay on top of each other, but the real scissors, like so, the blades go like that, and then the blades meet and they're closed up. Mine don't close up like that. But when you put them in that little scissors holder, say this is a scissors holder. That's really a hidden bobby pin in there. But that's called a sheath, SHEAF. And I used to do cross-stitch designs for scissors sheaths. Haven't in a long time. I played around with, making a cross-stitch chart that would have a design on it. Oh, it'd be fun to do one like this, wouldn't it? Which way is up? It'd be fun but Roy did an owl, and the fabric he picked was just right for an owl scissors sheath. It was a dried sunflower, some sort of a dried flower, and it made the wings of the owl. And then his scissors had kind of round, they were metal, and the handles were round, and they looked just like owl eyes. When you looked like the owl had eyeglasses on, just a darling. But then the grand finale, he surprised us all that he had put that sheath on a rectangle fat piece of fabric, and I'm going, he's got to cut that off pretty soon, but he surprised us all that he sewed it to a handbag. He sewed it to a handbag, his scissors sheath to a handbag. Where's my little scissors? Let's put it under here like that. And he put a handle on it, and then he had a little sewing kit. Just outstanding. Roy, you really knocked it out of the water with your scissors video. And then Janet Nash, she took us all over. Oh, I tell you, you watch Janet Nash. I'm raving about hashtag 4th Art Saturday. It was Saturday morning. Janet Nash has this set of dishes that commemorate Queen Elizabeth II. I mean, she probably has had them for years. I don't know if they were handed down to her, but she poured tea. We had tea with her. We went on the train outside of London. We went with her with Freddie for a walk, and we sat on our couch and listened to her chat while she made her scissors sheath. And then she surprised us. She had a pattern piece, and I'm going, she put it on the inside, and I'm going, she started putting a little handle on it, and I'm going, she's got that backwards. She's going to, and her piece that she had on the outside was kind of a white fabric. I'm going, that looks to me like it's the lining, and she's got the pattern inside. And she's going to get that put all together and realize she's got it inside out. But she fooled me. She fooled me. She did slow stitching on the outside. Outstanding. And by the time she got done, she said, oh, it looks like a little teacup. And it did. It looked like a little teacup holding her scissors. Just outstanding. And Sylvia, oh my goodness. Talk about knocking it out of the water. She used her pair of scissors. Now, I think she had a different pair than what I have. She started wrapping her scissor shanks with, I don't know, fabric or yarn or something. And then she used fabric here and fabric there and put a head on it. She used her pair of scissors to make an armature to make an art doll. Just outstanding. I would have never have dreamt that it would become an armature for an art doll. Just outstanding. You guys, if you haven't watched hashtag 4th Art Saturday that happened this past Saturday, you need to go watch because, you know, you probably thought, oh, a theme of scissors. Everybody's going to be tracing them on paper and putting a quote. No. It was outstanding. It was just outstanding. I have to say, mine was probably the most simple one there. I mean, as far as I want to say, not involved. Everybody else did outstanding. I just made a pair of scissors. Interactive, articulated, Jamie says. So there we go. Getting that off my desk. I think I'll keep my scissors. So, and then Kimberly, I'll come out and look at chat in a minute. Kimberly, when I was making this pair of scissors, I had used Becky's, or at one time, I don't know if it was while I was making the scissors or if I was using them on my Inktober. Kimberly had left a comment and said, I got a set of those Uniball pens at Walmart. I'm going, you did? You know? And we happened to be at Walmart yesterday. So my poor brother, he stood there and waited till I looked at every set of pens. I found them. I found one left. I hunted and hunted and hunted for another one. I couldn't find it. But I found one at Walmart. And she said they're gold, silver, and white. And that's exactly what these are. So I was thrilled to get these. Yeah, thrilled to get them. So that's kind of my purchase from Walmart and my Saturday. I had to go to the bank. I had to go to the post office. We went to Menards. I wanted to get some really fine grain window mesh to strain my walnut eco dye from, because you put all these walnut shavings and pieces in your pot and you add water, but they all settle to the bottom and there's a sediment at the bottom. And I have a little kitchen strainer that goes into the sink that I've been using for the acorn stuff, and that worked fine, but the walnut is a big old pot, So I got some of that, and let me tell you, it almost feels, I got the kind, it almost feels like fabric. I just used a piece of it. I got a big, not a huge roll, but a roll of it. A roll of it, and probably about this thick too. But there's a lot on it. And I could probably bring it in here and do some art with it. Not tonight. So we went to Menards, and I needed dish soap and laundry soap and what else at Menards. I had to resist buying some mums. My brother was with me, and he probably said, what are you getting those for? He knows, but I didn't get any. All right, let me come out and look at chat and welcome you all in before I get started. Welcome, everybody. Hi, Artedar. She says, I have a great row, too. He put in a new back door for us. How cool is that, Arte? That is cool. Sometimes I get a little frustrated with him, but in the end, he's pretty good to me. Hi, Kathy Calico Kate. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Pam is here, and Riri. Riri says, you have a great brother. I don't know how much he loves me, but he does make sure that I got a roof over my head. He's a good big brother. I told him once, I said, you'll always be my big brother. So he does a good job of being a big brother. I have to say that. I think he went to bed, so. Arte Dar says, boo! Hey, Fib Scenary. Just got in. Arte Dara's going Halloween in October. If you haven't been watching her Facebook, watch Arte Dara's post on Facebook. She's got Halloween all over the place. It must be your fun. That must be your. Is that your favorite holiday, Arte, or do you just do it up for the fun of it? Riri says, Joni, he's something else. Hi, Cheryl. Hi, Mina. Cheryl says, Bootsy Sweethearts video above. Thank you, Cheryl, for dropping that link. Riri's here. Melody. Hi, Melody. Joni, So Fast Life says, I wasn't subbed yet. Thanks, Cheryl, for crafting. I am now. Thank you, Joni. Sometimes we think we're subbed and we're not. Aunt Beck is here. She says, I'm only going to watch. Going into watch only. Sometimes we have our hands busy or we're preoccupied with other things. And it's okay to watch only. I like to see you chat. But Renee says sheath. S-H-E-A-T-H. I thought I Googled sheath. Well, I might have Googled sheath and it came out sheath with the T-H instead of the F. Let me look that up because let me go back. I'm done with that. So let me just, oops. Let's just do a new tab. Oh, she is right. Sheaf is a bundle of grain stalks. I thought I typed. All right. I've been spelling it wrong all this time. Sheaf. A sheaf of paper is a number of them held or fastened together. Synonyms is a bundle, a mass, a pile, a bunch. So I am duly corrected. I don't mind it. You guys keep me informed. It's S-H-E-A-T-H, sheath, not S-H-E-A-F. Don't listen to Meri. Oh, dearie me. Cheryl gave a link. I think that's that's Roy's video above. Thank you, Cheryl, for dropping those links for Bootsy Sweethearts. And hi, Janet Burgess. I missed that video, Meri. I'll be watching it soon. I think she's talking about Roy's video. Yeah, Roy did everybody does outstanding jobs on the Fourth Art Saturday. I was listening. Shannon joined. Mine was not the only video hop on Saturday. I had competition. We had competition by, and I don't mind that, but I'm just saying we weren't the only one. But Shannon had joined the, who is it, PMM Artist Studio or something like that. They had a video hop Saturday, and Shannon Green was a part of it. And she had commented on her Facebook page that she met a lot of new artists that she didn't know before. And she said they really needed more views for the work they did, the talent that they have. And let me tell you, I totally agree. I look at the talent that Roy and Jamie and Tanya, Janet Nash, Sylvia, these ladies are talented, and they're getting, I get a few more views because I go live. Live streams will always give you more views. It's just a given because people come in and chat. But I totally agree with Shannon on that because it seems like when all the live streams started happening, the views on the videos, and I've noticed that's not just me. I notice it across the art channels that the view count goes down. You know, I'm lucky sometimes if I get 100 views on a standalone video. Yeah, I do. No, I do, but it takes a couple days and then it drops off. I used to get 300 and 400 views on a video, and you take somebody like Dee Dee or Shannon or somebody who has thousands and thousands of subscribers. You know, they'll do a video and they'll get 100K, and then I watch some of these, like if I'm just thumbing through and reading the feed. I don't understand how some of these people, you know, I don't know if they're buying their views or what, but you go watch some of these people that I've never heard of them before, and they've got like 50K on a video, and I don't know how it all works, but I know us, and I know the people in my art community, we're getting relatively the same views on standalone videos. I mean, in the same range. If you do something really, really interesting and it, you know, it really something new, and you might pop up a little bit more. And I don't know what YouTube is doing with their algorithm, but I totally agree with Shannon that there's a lot of talent out there that deserves a lot more views. And they aren't going to listen to me, but it's just my humble opinion. All right, what else am I saying here? Just yakking in the... Yeah, it's sheath, Mina. Sheath, not sheep. Sheep is like a oat bundle or a corn. Yeah. Roy knew the history of all his scissor collection too. Yes, he did, Nina. And Roy is a riot. Yeah, Roy is. He has such a wonderful sense of humor. Wonderful, wonderful sense of humor. He just never fails to make me giggle. Becky said, I laughed at Roy so hard when he cut his head in half. Oh, dear. That was right as his intro. He goes, snip, 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 snip. He didn't behead his head. He cut his head off. He cut the top of his head off. Let's see. Shannon's here. Riri's here. Melody. I think I caught everybody. Kathy, Kelly, Calico Kate, Aunt Beck, Cheryl, Riri. What did Cheryl say? She has a migraine. Yeah. Becky said, I want to crochet, but I can't right now. Yeah. Mina says, I think Meri is addicted to Picos. They show up regularly in her art. Yes, they do. I think Picos are just elegant. You got me, Mina. All right, let's go down to the bottom. Carol, the magical touch. Hi, Carol. Carol was not feeling well on Saturday, so Ann Lar hosted the Saturday, Carol's regular Saturday on Ann's channel. I had already planned. I just had to go. I'd been putting it off all week. I'd already planned to go to the bank and go to the post office, and I have to tell you a little story about going to the post office. We drove up there. We got there probably around 9:30, and my brother said, there's nobody here. And it did. It was deserted. And I said, they'll come because we're here. And no sooner had I said that, a pickup pulled up. Well, I'd already gotten out of my brother's car and was walking toward the door, and the little guy, I'll tell you, he had to beat me. He ran right in front of me. He dropped his mail. I kind of giggled. I kept walking, and he ran up ahead of me, and I just stood back and let him go first. And I kind of grimaced at him like, you're not being very polite, you know. And he did his job and whatever he needed to do and walked off, and I did whatever I needed to do. I did my mailing and everything, and I had to get international stamps. I want to mail Shannon's postcards, and I needed international stamps. And I had some other mailing I needed to do. And I did my job, and I walked out, and I got to the door, and there was another white pickup. It wasn't the same people. It was another white pickup. And just as I got to the door, there was a younger little boy, and he had his hands full of mail. And he opened the door, and he held it open for me, and he let me go through. And I said, "Oh, thank you. You're so kind. You're such a gentleman." And as I walked out to the car, his father had rolled down the window, and he said, "Did he open that door hold the door open for you?" And I said, "Yes, he did." And he said, "I'm trying to train him to be right." And it just got me to thinking the comparison between how those two young boys had been brought up. One had a dad who was training his kid to be polite and to hold the doors open for old ladies. And the other one, I don't know what kind of training that kid had, but even if he had training, he wasn't listening to it. He was in and out and barged in front and made sure he was first and dropped his mail to get there. Just a comparison. Just a thought on how kids are raised. Made me sit and think. I'm not criticizing them because I don't even know them, but it was just an occurrence in my life that made me think. Artie Della says November 1st, 2nd, and 3rd is All Saints Day. It has meaning to me too. Shannon says you can just add 2 American stamps so you know the next time. I'm going to try that, Arte Dar. I sometimes have trouble with the postmistress down here. She's very picky. Very, very picky, and she may not let me put 2 U.S. stamps on there. She may peel them off and put a international stamp on there. She's very, and she's kind of crabby. I don't like mailing from there. But I was in there Saturday to pick up the mail, and there was a sign on the door that said, if you have a post office box, if you're renting a post office, this is new, if you're renting a post office box, you must use your post office address. We will not deliver your mail to your house. And, I'm going, well, that doesn't make sense to me, because when I order things off of Amazon, some things they won't deliver to a post office box. And I had called her before, and I said, what do I do about that? And she told me to put unit, use my post office box number as my unit number, but still use my street address. So it would be my street address, comma, unit, post office box. And, or the number sign, And so I was asking about her today. And I asked her, I said, well, what if I need to order something? And she went into this big long spiel. My brother was out in the car. I can't get away from her sometimes. I can't get away from her. Yeah, you would think she'd be busy. And I'm sitting there going, that can't be an official rule. And the way she talked, I think it was her rule for here. And I don't know if she's qualified to make rules outside of the federal rules. I don't know. She said, just tell him I'm a crabby old lady. I'm going, yeah, you got that right. But I don't know if she must be able to do it because she's doing it. So, I don't understand why. First of all, I told her, I said, I'm caught between the post office rules and Amazon's rules. I said, I just want my mail. I just want my mail. They tell me one thing and you tell me another. I just want my mail. And she said, I can hardly get a word in. Finally, I said, I got to go. My brother's out there having a fit. I didn't say that, but I was thinking it. Pam says, that's ridiculous. Some people have both for a reason. You want some things to go to a P.O. box and some things to go to your home. Yeah, and I think there's some people around here upset about that. I'll be very surprised if she's going to be able to maintain it. I didn't fight her on it. I was questioning her about it because, I'm going, I don't know about this. I mean, most of my mail goes to the post office box anyway, but there are some things that Amazon won't send to. And one thing I think is glue sticks. you get this little message. The vendor cannot send this to a post office, you know, to your address, and you change it to a street address and it goes through. So, yeah. Artie Dale says, welcome in, peeps. Becky said she's a control freak. You know, I think she is. She's a small town. And you know, she is the head clerk at the post office, and she's been the head clerk at the post office for years and years and years. So, you know, she's the manager. Let me zoom in just a little. So anyway, this will make a good how did your day go for my Linda Berry journal. The boys at the door and the postmistress, and shopping in and it, you know, it's kind of funny. I think my brother went to bed, so he won't hear me say this. I was just shopping, getting things I needed, and this was in Walmart, and I was adding, you know, I added, what did I get? I got wax paper. I can't even remember everything I got. I buy grapefruit juice, and I buy 4 bottles of it because, you know, he says, you bought all that grapefruit juice. And I'm going, yeah, but you drink 2 gallons of milk a week. I said, I don't have 2 gallons of it. I said, I guzzle my grapefruit juice like you guzzle milk. And he was walking behind me the whole time, adding up everything in my cart. And when I got done, he says, you have about $100 there. That's the one thing that's my pet peeve is, you know, it's my money. It's my Social Security money. If it was your money, I'd be a little bit more, you know, and I buy things like this and this, and I bought a watercolor pad, and he was kind of hemming and hawing when I bought that watercolor pad until I told him the difference between that Be Inspired watercolor that Walmart sells. Do I have it here? Let me pull this out. Walmart sells this for like, well, it's a big thick watercolor pad. It's BEE inspired. And I like it pretty well. It's 140 pound. It's nice and thick. It's probably not the best, but it's pretty good watercolor paper. I like this a lot. And I was showing him the difference between, I think there's 100 sheets in here. And then I pulled out a, was it Strathmore? I can't remember what it is. Another brand of watercolor. This sells for around 10, maybe 10.97, something like that. And that other one was selling for like $7.97. And it had maybe 15 sheets in it at the most. I don't remember, but it was thin. You know, it was probably about this thick compared to this thick. And when I showed him the difference, I said, look at this. I said, I like these. I'm going to get it. So Becky said, I'm fortunate to have a post office box on the first floor of my building. Oh, Jenin says that. I'm fortunate to have a post office box on the first floor of my building. Yeah. Artie Dar, stop that. You. You. No picking your nose in my stream. Becky says she got to quit typing. Becky, are you okay? Are you okay? Is it a health reason? Is your hands bothering you? I know you said you couldn't crochet tonight. Are you all right? Or is it just something else going on? You don't have to tell us. I just want to know if you're all right. She just dropped stamped mail into the drop box and leave. Yeah, I should probably do that. But to tell you the truth, I do not send much mail local here. If I have to send mail, I take it to, like what we did yesterday, I take it to another post office because I just don't want to get into a fight with her. And this is all spurred to say Shannon saying just put 2 US stamps on it. I don't think they would. And I think she commandeered my ball watercolor, my watercolor ball jar postcard. What had happened was I did a postcards of a ball canning jar, and I sent one to myself, and I had stamped it, and it went out in the mail. Well, it came back. Well, I came home and I was busy, and I just put the mail on the dining room table, and I forgot that it was there. Well, the next day, my brother picked up that postcard and saw the stamp on it and said, no postmark. Sometimes they don't postmark those postcards. They don't do it, and it just irritates me to no end. Oh, they're busy, or and they don't have time to. And I'm going, that's really poopy, because postcard collectors sometimes, especially on the older postcards, is one of the first things we look at is the postmark. And anyway, my brother didn't have a postmark on it, did not have a barcode on it, and he took it with him the next time he went to the post office and mailed it for me, being kind brother that he is. I never saw that postcard again. And I think she saw it and recognized it. And I hate to say that, but truthfully, my heart tells me she just kept it. And not that, she wanted it. I'd happily do one for her. I don't trust her. And that's terrible to say that. If she was listening, shh, don't tell her. But not every postal clerk is honest. Yes, this is the new Somerset. This is I got this a month or so ago. This is display until October 24th. So this isn't the newest. This is the most recent, I believe. I don't know if there's another new issue out. I haven't been up to Joann's. I get these at Joann's. Let's see. Hi, Sharon Lombard. Who else am I missing? Pam, Cheryl, Shannon. Hi, Cat and Paste. Welcome, welcome. No. You can just put on 2 American stamps. Okay, I'm back there. I think Carol was in here. I don't know. She's probably lurking. Let me move on. This is a bloom from the canna lily. Calla lily? Is it calla? No, it's canna lily. I was calling it calla lily. It's canna. They grow on bulbs, but I've noticed, I was showing you that it has on the same plant. This came off of the same plant. It has these seed pods. And I find that very interesting. I should try to plant one of these and see what grows. I might do that. Right now, I just have them in the vase. But what I want to do is put this in my book. And then we're going to do some fun things out of the Somerset Studio magazine. I was looking at it this afternoon. So let's just, and when I say I'm going to deconstruct it, I am, because I'm going to take the blooms off of it. But see, I think this is the making of a seed pod here. Right here. I think, well, that's fabric. But I think this is the making of a seed pod here. I'm going to keep that out. I just want the bloom. And I'm going to put it in here. And I found that when I do this, if I put them in a row this way and shut the book over it, rather than this way, if I stack them up this way, they tend to, I don't know, it just works better if I put them like this. So I am going to take this flower apart, because the stem is pretty thick. And this I'm just going to put in like that. Oh, there's a little bug. I didn't say these weren't buggy. But see, now look at this. And that has the little seed pod there. I think I'm going to leave that one on. And leave this one on. We'll see how those. And could I leave these like this? There's some seed. Let's break it off there. And it's got a little pod in there, and I think those are what dries up. But we're just going to close this up, and I'm going to see how this dries. Just close it up that way. And, you know, honestly, I probably should put something heavier on this. But, oh, see, look, this is my, I'll bet you this is a vertical one. Is that a vertical? No, wait, let's see. Yeah, see, these are in vertically, and they tend to fall out the edge. Let's put these in horizontally. They tend not to fall out as bad. They do fall out if you're not careful. Well, let's just leave it like that. And my quote book, I must have it underneath of a box somewhere. I can't find my quote book, so I'm using this big book of hints from Heloise. I got it at the library sale. And we'll just throw these away. Becky said, canna lilies are a they're like weeds hereby. Oh, really? Your canna bulbs are like weeds, your canna lilies? The seeds will shake out, Janet says. I'm going to shake them out and see what, I'm going to see if I can't grow some in the house over winter, see what happens. Hi, Jacqueline. The forever lovely Jacqueline. Is that the same as our Jacqueline? You have been eco-dyeing. It's so fun. Are you the Jacqueline, our creative Jacqueline? Did you change your name, or are you another Jacqueline? If you're our Jacqueline, you'll know what we're saying. If you're not our Jacqueline, you're a new one, and welcome. Becky said, I went too long between the last AN and I am paying. Your last Advil? You're not, let's see. Tendinitis per Dr. Scott. Oh my goodness, Becky. Tendinitis. Angie says, Meri, I'm not at home. I just wanted to say hello. I should be home in 30 minutes. Well, it's probably been 30 minutes since you posted that. Becky says, I keep icing it and taking Tylenol. It's extremely sore. I'm doing everything left-handed. Oh, no, Becky. A crochet injury, Joni says. Becky said, I hurt my wrist doing too much crochet and sewing. Oh, no. You know, but talking about doing everything left-handed, it's funny that she would say that, because I started doing that just today. Because you guys, you know how sometimes I'll be holding a paper or something and my left hand will shake? I don't think, and I was working around the kitchen. I made a quiche today, and I was chopping green peppers, and I was peeling tomatoes and chopping onions, and I thought, you know, I don't use my left hand a lot. So I am going to train myself as I'm working around the house. I don't know, I'm not a left-handed person, and I don't think I use it enough. And I just wonder. And then, you know, like this book is probably about, well, I don't know if it's a pound. It might be a pound. And I think that I should do some weightlifting with my left hand. And I'm thinking my muscles are beginning to get weak. And I think that's why my hands tends to shake. I noticed I was trying to thread a needle the other day, and I can thread needles with my eyeglasses on. I should tell them at the driver's bureau. But that's a whole nother story. We're going to do some fun things in the Somerset Studio. But I do think I'm going to start doing more using my left hand a lot more. So I marked what I found interesting. This is the August, September, and October issue. Display until October 26th, 24th. So it's not the most recent. Well, I mean, it is the most recent, but it isn't the fall issue or the last issue. I buy my Somerset Studio when I see them at Joann's. I don't order them. And my subscription to Art Journal is the one I order. But this is the article that, look at those scissors. Scissors. But anyway, paper bags, stencils, and masks. This is the one we're going to play with. It's called Mixed Media Minute. We're going to do a Mixed Media Minute inspired by the Somerset Studio. And I'll just read it. It says, to make my new favorite mixed media supply, I had to head to my kitchen to find my stash of brown paper bags. The paper is strong enough to be used as stencils several times while being thin enough to fold and manipulate as you cut out shapes and designs. It was a lot of fun to play around cutting shapes without too much thought. I wasn't sure what the end result would look like, and that made me enjoy the process even more. What's great about this is once they serve their purpose and are covered in paints that you can use, cut the stencils apart to use in your artwork. And this is an article submitted by Kristen, Kristen Hammons, Hammons, just to give the person who submitted this credit. And what you need is paper bags. And I have a grocery bag here. We use mostly plastic bags, but since we travel, not a huge distance, but we do put our meat and our cold products in paper bags. And it just tends to keep it a little colder. So I have a paper bag from our grocery shopping, and you just need scissors. And if you want to use punches, it's optional. And here are some things that, this is a free paper that they did. This is not with the paper bag, but here's some things, looks like borders that she made. The technique is when you're cutting these stencils, it's helpful to think of cutting snowflakes when you were a child. Fold the paper bag as many times as desired, then cut dashes and circles and random shapes. You can also use paper punches to cut shapes. Unfold the paper to reveal your stencil design. The more you play with this process, the better idea of what your final stencil will look like. If your outcome isn't what you expected, don't fret. I cut apart anything I wasn't happy with and found some really fun shapes that I'm saving to use in larger projects, or as masks. And Kristen Hammons is the editor-in-chief of Somerset Studio she's the editor-in-chief? Oh, really? Is this her? Let me see. Yes. So this was done by our editor of this magazine. She always has a Dear Friends article here. So she's the editor-in-chief. She lives in California with her husband and their 2 rescue dogs. So there's what we're going to play with tonight. I'm going to move the magazine and get my... Now, those of you who quilt may know, and I can't remember the name of the author, but there was a quilt mystery series in paperback that was going on a few years ago, maybe in the 90s. And one of the mysteries, it's a little paperback mystery fun read. And one of them was taking place over in Hawaii, and talked about how Hawaiian quilt designs were made. And in the story, the main character of the book had traveled to Hawaii, and she was shown how they make quilt patterns for Hawaiian quilts. And they usually start with a square, and I'm going to cut a square here just by folding. If you take your piece and if you fold it diagonally, you end up with a square. And I think I probably will. Let's see. From here to here, from there to there, somewhat of a square. Probably not perfect, and I'm just going to cut along let me draw a line here. Of course, it's a paper bag, but I thought I might first try something simple, and then maybe try and it won't be Hawaiian in nature because I'm not Hawaiian. I'm a Nebraskan. I could try to do corn stalks maybe. And I'm just going to try to get some squares out of here. And you don't have to do this. You can, you know, cut borders like what she did. And if you happen to have a scissors and a paper bag nearby, if you want to work along with me, I'd love to see what you do. Becky won't be able to do it because she crocheted and sewed too much. So I have 3 squares, just about. These last two aren't perfect. Let's see. Maybe I can make them more perfect. Maybe my middle one is not perfect. Let's see. Oh, it's almost perfect here. Let's cut this out. I don't care if they're not perfect. I'm not looking for, I'm just playing. This is what's fun to do sometimes, is just put your projects down. All those UFOs you have going, all those unfinished projects, and get out a paper bag and a pair of scissors. And I'm thinking that this is a square too, only larger. Let's do this one first. I'm thinking these all are squares for some reason or another. We will see, said the blind artist. But she didn't see it all. And let's fold this one diagonally. Yeah, this one's a little too big here. We'll fold it diagonally and cut the excess off. Just the way the paper bag was folded. All right, we're going to start with this one, and I'm going to do one more fold. And what should I attempt? Something, you could do a flower, but flowers are so traditional. I want to do something non-traditional. How about an owl? Could I do an owl? Cat and Paste says, I know how to make paper bag puppet, and that's about it. Let's see. If I draw an owl here, would it turn out? Let's see. Let's make the head, the ear, like so. And remember, this is going to be doubled. Let's cut it like that. Now, I could just have a pop out there. And Roy put his owl on a branch. So let's make a branch. Let's see what I can do here. Let's make a branch. And let's make a leaf. Because the owl's sitting in a tree. And let's just make a branch with a couple leaves here. Don't ask me if I know what I'm doing, because I'm just playing. I'm trying to think Halloween. And speaking of Halloween, Art Junkie, are you out there? Do you want to tell them about your hashtag Halloween fun going on in October? If you're out there, you certainly can. This would be the type of project that would be fun to do. All right, now I could leave this little, and I think I will. I'm going to cut out the owl, but I'm going to leave this space in here, and I'm going to cut out the tree limb and the leaf. And what shall we do here? Now we'll have an owl here. I think we'll have an owl here and here, if I'm right. So on these two, what do I want to put more owls over here and just have 4 owls? Let's do that just for see what happens. Oops, we want a head and an ear, a head and a body. And you know what? I might get fooled. This may not turn out the way my head is thinking. And I'm going to leave a little, I'm going to put a tree. And I guess I could actually, I don't know if I could cut out an eye. Let's do a little nose here. And should I cut out an eye? I might have to do that separately, because I don't know if I can do 4 layers of an eye. And then I could cut nicks in here. for the wings, or maybe cut a line like that. Ignore those, ignore that. Shannon says, hashtag Halloween Fun Fridays begins in October. If you'd like to participate by making Halloween art each Friday in October with a giveaway at the end. And she gives a link. And you know, I think she said her giveaway is a $25 Amazon card. So what fun is that? So if you want a 25, if you want a chance for 25, if you want to enter the Halloween giveaway, make art every Friday. Now, Shannon, I need to know, this would be a question I have. You probably have official rules that I haven't read yet, but do you have to do something every Friday to qualify for the giveaway? Or what if you miss a Friday? Will you still be in the giveaway? Are you giving more giveaway chances for every time they do something? Or is it just once, one giveaway no matter how many you do? Or do you have to do all of them? You're very welcome. I don't know what no means. No what? You don't. Sharon says she doesn't join anything where I have to give out my info. Well, that's a personal preference. And that's certainly your right, Shannon, or Sharon. Some people are very cautious. I had somebody in our group in Viddiggity, and this, I have to say, it kind of irritated me because our address file is really not the, well, I am leaving the responsibility to that to, oh, her name just slipped me. I see it in my head. It's not the Lobo, it's Lala Gamma. And she's had some technical issues with her computer and everything, and she's had some health issues. So our address file is kind of in a state of flux. But somebody had asked where about the address file, and I was showing where it was. Well, I accept people. When I accept people, I kind of expect them to be polite in the group, and I kind of expect them to have an art interest. And, you know, well, this one member, I didn't really know her. She said that she was interested in art. She would be my friend. She'd follow the guidelines, blah, 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 blah. Well, she posted when people started, Lala Gamma had a problem with the address file, and she said, would you please repost your address if you don't see it in the main address file? And people started reposting their addresses, and this other person, on everyone that reposted, she posted. It wasn't just her personal preference. I wouldn't have minded if she said something like Sharon does. It's like, I don't participate when I have to get out my info. That's your right. But this person posted on every person that posted a new post. She posted, you may not want to do this. Please be careful about giving out your info, blah, 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 blah. And, you know, our address file, several of our groups, I understand being careful on the internet, but to tell you the truth, most of the time, not all the time, you can find out somebody's address on the internet, most of the time. Not all the time. But there's not, you know, if you want to be careful, that's your right and there's your privilege. But this person was just going around telling everybody not to post their address. And we have our address file for giveaways, if somebody wants to send birthday cards, something like that. And it's, you know, most of the people that come into, most of the people are polite about it. You know, it's their right if they don't want to post, but don't go around telling everybody else, you know, not to. And it's okay to do like what Sharon said. Sharon said, I don't do it. I don't have any problem with Sharon saying that. But what I have a problem with is somebody saying, I don't do it, so you shouldn't do it. You don't do this. And she posted on everybody's address post that had reposted That really got to me. Boy, I'll tell you, she was out of there. She never came back. She knew what she did wrong. You know, and even if she would have approached me, you know, she didn't even ask. You know, Shannon, when Shannon wanted to post the giveaway that she's doing, her little event, her event, it's not little, it's a big deal. It's $25 your prize. But when she wanted to post it, Shannon contacted me and said, Meri, can I post this in her group? That was polite. And you have the privilege to either play or not, you know? So, Meri's up on her soapbox. Meri gets on these soapboxes about rules every now and then. You know, everybody has their right to their privacy and to their own information and all of that. All right, now what do I want to do with the edge? If I made you mad, I am dreadfully. I wish I had some of Tanya's. Tanya did this little journal for her scissors. And she has all these different edges on her scissors. You've seen them with all the different curvy edges and zigzag edges and deco edges and all that. And not only did she tell us, she told us the correct way to use the scissors to get a good cut, but she did all these little tabs. And I don't think she realized it, but she really has a swatch of her different scissor tabs, all the different shapes. Like she could put on this tab, this is the wavy shape, and this is the zigzag shape. And then she could do a little art piece in her journal. She really did a good job. Okay, Meri's chattering away. Let's just do some, shall I fold this one more time now? Let's fold it this way. And this, no, let's fold it this way. And what I want to do is maybe actually what I want to do is just a diamond in there. And maybe I'll just put it down, not do the fold. Keep it simple, Meri. This is probably more complicated than, but here I'm expecting an owl here and an owl here. So I'm expecting 4 owls with trees and a deckled edge and 2 diamonds. That's what I'm expecting out of this stencil. So let's just do a kind of the, I could tear this, but I'm going to jagged the edge. Jaggy edge, cutting stencil. This is art game. This is an art game. I'm calling it, on my title, I put art games. And the art game is going to the Somerset Studio, finding a technique or a project and do it and see what you come out with. And then I got off on my soapbox. I'm sorry, you guys, if I do that. I know it's not always fun to listen to, but sometimes if you don't speak out, there's a time to speak out and a time to shut up. Oh, now that eye is not going to show because I'm cutting out the owl. So, we're just going to have an owl shape here. We'll put an eye in unless, now if I were doing a real complicated one, I could, and the nose isn't going to show. It's going to be a shape of an owl, and I can draw the owls back in. See? That's what you learn doing this. I should have known that from cutting stencils by hand. All the detail is not going to show on this one, so I'm going to cut him a little thinner. He might have a big head. The owl with the big head. All right, there's my owl. And I can always draw in the eyes and nose and feathers. And we're just, the idea is to get a shape. Now I want to leave, I want to leave a part of this here. So how do I want to do that? We want to leave this. So I want to cut this out. I'm good. I'm going to cut out my tree limb here. And I should probably go to the smaller scissors to do that. If you join, you win. And if you win, if you join and if you win, I meant you have your address, home address. I have your address, home address. Cut and Paste says, Riri, yarn balls make a great paper bag, puppet hair, and Google eyes are fun too. Cut and Paste is into art paper bag puppets. Just remember that when you have a choice of whether you want to participate or not. But a lot of channels do giveaways. And usually things go pretty good. I did a lot of giveaways. I kind of got out of doing them because it's my fault. I'm not consistent with the mailing. And, but as long as your giveaways are no big deal type thing. Now, the channels that give away huge prizes, they have a marketing company or somebody. I mean, like I'm talking $1,000 prizes or big prizes, where everybody's gonna. You want to be more careful with something like that. But when you give away an ATC or a small gift card or something like that, it's really not a big deal. And generally, nobody's going to have a problem with it unless you get a Karen. And I'm sorry if your name is Karen, but if you ever watch YouTube videos, you'll hear a lot about Karens. I don't know if I'm doing this right. I kind of wanted... Yeah, I want this to cut out. We'll see if this is right when I open it up. So far, I think I got it. I need to trim this a little bit more. And you need to be careful. Sharon has a good point. She protects her privacy. And generally, you won't have too much trouble. And I have to tell you, if somebody's after your personal information, they're going to get it by a lot of different means. Well, I don't mean they're going to get it. I mean, they have a lot of ways to get your address, is what I mean. That's just one way, if they're after you. Let's see. Let's cut here. This leaf is probably, tree trunk is probably a little bit more involved than I probably should have made it, but I'm going to go for it. Let's see. I want to get in here. I want to cut this out. Probably should cut this with my X-Acto knife, but I'm cutting through 4 layers. Oops. Let's cut that heart out. And now when I stencil this, if I spray it, it might be okay. But the more intricate you make it, the more stenciling, because this is paper, the stenciling may not be. Let's see. How do I want that? I think I want it to come out. we're just playing. It's just play. If it doesn't turn out looking like a leaf or a tree branch. Now this, I want that in there. So I'm going to have to rethink this. Let's cut the owl out. The owl shape is, and I forgot about, if you cut out the owl, you're going to cut out the eyes and the nose, and it's just going to be an owl shape. Yeah. And you do one, you learn from it. And if it's not perfect, you could redo it if you are really going for it. But if you're just playing, you learned and you do it differently the next time on another project. All right, there's my owl. Now I'm going to have a problem with this. I want that in there. And I was going to cut out that tree branch. And if I cut out the tree branch, the center will fall out. So what I'm going to do is, let's come here, let's cut the heart shape out. Oops. My scissors is catching on to that. And I think I'm going to leave. Let's see what I get when I cut out my heart here. I could make another leaf shape in here and just leave this because I need it. Let's just make a leaf, sort of a leaf. There. Now, I need this for the owl shape. I need that, but I wanted to cut out some of this. So let's cut here. And cut another leaf in here. Where did he go? Right there. And this is probably more intricate than what I'm talented to do, but, and this is certainly not Hawaiian quilt design. But as I was thinking about doing this, I was thinking about the book that I read. Several, and I don't remember the author. She was quite popular among the needle artists several years ago. And some of you might be familiar with her. Now, I think I'm going to continue this leaf shape up here, and but kind of crunch it there. And I'd already cut here, so it's going to be a little weird. It might not be perfect up in here. Well, it might not be perfect every place. It's fun to do. It makes you think. It makes you think about positive and negative spaces and what you can cut and what you can't. All right, so I cut that. And so I want to cut, I want this to be kind of like a limb in here. Let me trim that off. Come on. You're being stubborn. Now I want the heart shape in here. The heart, it's a heart-shaped leaf. I almost have it. The bottom one. Where is my leaf? I need to cut this. There we go. Now, can I get the diamonds in there by just doing a quick little fold? And it doesn't have to follow the same path. It's just like where I want a diamond. And another one over here. And that's what that article was saying. When you cut like this, it's like cutting a snowflake. And if you use a paper bag, it's strong enough to do your stencil, but it's also flexible enough that you can fold it to do cutting. And I think this is my last cut. All righty. Let's get rid of the scraps. In my little trash bag. And I'll come out and look at chat. Hi, Amber. Becky says, gotta rest. Becky said she's doing it now. I've already spent my gift card, Becky said. Arte Dar says she's got to say good night. Good night, Arte Dar. I think she's gone. Riri says you can buy the wrist thing for a good one. The cheap ones do nothing at Walmart for 20 bucks. Calico Kate said, I forgot all my Somerset Studio until just now. I'll bet I missed what Meri did. This was in the most recent one, August, September, and November. There's an article by the editor, Kristen Summers, I think it was, about cutting stencils. And we want owl shapes. Oh, that's a skinny owl. Let's see how the owl looks. Should I put a piece of white paper under him? What happened to all my white paper? I need to iron him out, maybe. Should I get my iron out and iron him down? Or should I just, yeah, let me iron him down and see if I can flatten him a little. We'll just play. We aren't going to iron on this, though. Yeah, we'll save that. Yeah, let's get some paper. Oops, there goes the Scotch tape. Crap-a-lanch. Scotch tape is on the floor. Top shelf is designed by the brothers, where we keep the copy paper, the stapler, the Scotch tape, the mailing envelopes. Little mail station up there, and I just left it. He knows where to get his envelopes and stapler and Scotch tape. And I need to plug in my iron, which means that the cord is on at the bottom of everything here. And that means I unplug my heat gun and plug in the iron. And I'm just going to iron the creases out a little so it'll be a little bit easier to stencil. Can you see the owls? They're skinny owls. If I did it again, I'd make them fat, but we know they're owls. I need something in the corners. Let's put something in the corner. How did I fold it? Like that? No, like that. And like that. Let's put little diamonds or something in the corners. Could put a leaf, a little heart. Oh, let's put a diamond. It's easier. Oh, dear. There. It's just having fun. It's all about play tonight. We're not picking on Meri tonight. Meri's picking on the ex-Fibdiggity member. Don't do stuff like that unless you talk to a mod or me. And she knew better, because if she wouldn't have known better, she probably would have asked a mod. My owls need to be fatter. Do you think I could make them fatter? I'm going to make my owls fatter. I'm not happy with my owls being so skinny. How did I fold that? Like this. And like this. I'm going to fatten up my owls a little. I think I have room right in here. Fatten up his tummy. Come on. Straighten yourself out. There's that one. Just a couple cuts. This one might be a little harder to do, but we're going to fatten him up just a little here. Be careful, Meri. There. All right. A little bit fatter. Oh, that's a little better. They're not perfect, but if I did this design again, and I might do something in here if I did it again, put a leaf or a diamond or something in there, that shape. But we're going to leave it. We're going to leave it. We'll do it square first. And I'm just going to, I find pressing it out helps. It's just paper bag, so it is what it is, what it is. And if I use spray ink, I don't have acorn ink in my sprayers. What I have in my sprayer, which isn't here. I might have put it in the drawer. So I think I'll use an ink pad. I started taking out my, let's turn off the iron. Let's unplug it. We might use it again, but I'd rather unplug it than burn myself. Unplug it and set it to the side. Where shall I set it? Here. All right, let's look at chat. That's an owlish design. Yeah, they're a little fatter here. I had to be careful on this one. Let's turn it over this way. I could do it in diamond shaped, but he runs off the paper. Well, I could do it in diamond shaped if I do it this way. Just barely. Let's just do them square. I could kind of tilt it like that. Move it up a little. I can't put it completely diamond shaped, but I can kind of tilt it. I like it tilted. And I'm just going to use an ink pad because that's easier. I'll never get, what is it, 7:30. I'll never get everything I wanted to do done tonight. I'm looking for my painter's tape. Here it is. Oops, look at this pretty gold. Somebody sent this to me in Happy Mail, I'm pretty sure. It looks like it might have been sent by one of you. Oh, look. Gold threads caught on it. Let's snip it off. Gold threads. Snip that gold thread. Put that tilted again. We're just going to do this for fun. You know, I should do it in my, instead of on this. Sorry, I don't plan this stuff out. I should do it in my book so that I'd have it in my art journal. I got it right here. Let's do it in here. And this is where I put all my doodle designs. And let's move that off of the desk. Getting a gulp of water here. I made a quiche for supper tonight. My brother had gotten ham out, and I took my brother out for lunch yesterday. I paid for his gas. He took me because my driver's license is not valid until I get my cataract surgery. And so he's been carting me around, and I paid for his gas. He says, you didn't need to do that. And I said, well, it's not fair for him to have to pay for all my running around. So, and it cost about what I paid him to make a trip up there. And then I took him out for lunch. I took him out for lunch. I could almost put this one as a, but I think I'll tilt it a little too so I can get the whole thing on there. And let's just tack it down a little. Just for the fun of it, because let's look at chat. Cat and Paste says, oh, thanks, Mina. Both the acorn and the walnut ink sounds like gorgeous colors. Boy, I'll tell you, that walnut ink. My mouth dropped open. Now, I have to tell you, the walnut ink that I made that you guys saw, let me show it to you. Do I have it here? I was showing it to Rosemary the other night. Where did I put it? I may not have it available. No. Oh, the phone. I can't put my hands on it right now. But it was made from walnut shells that I ordered from a company that grows. Oh, you know what? If I would spray this, I would have to be careful about how I did my tape, because if I'd spray it, I'm not going to spray it, I'm going to sponge it with ink pad. But if I would spray this, and I have to be careful where I put my tape anyway, my tape would show. I want to put it this way, not cover up my design. See what I'm saying? If I'd spray, this would form a negative image underneath of it. Oh, you know what? I didn't get a diamond on there. This diamond didn't show. I must have had that folded weird. Can I snip a diamond in? Let's make a quick diamond. Diamond. Meri fixes it. Meri noticed it. Dee Dee said, Meri, you didn't take time to look at it. You painted it out. I love Dee Dee. I love Dee Dee. Now I have to be careful when I stencil in here. I'll probably just kind of have to hold this down. Dee Dee is my inspiration. I have to tell you guys, Dee Dee Willingham. She comes on tomorrow morning. You just Google Dee Dee Willingham. It'll take you there. And she's wonderful. Let's see. Let's do the owl square. in vintage photo. Yes, let's do that. And I'm going to find my sponges here. I had a sponge out the other day, but I'll get out another one. I've already used these to paint with, so I just snip them off. Reuse them. And you know, I'm going to get selfish and I'm going to use this in here because this is all dry. So I'm just going to see how my little owl design, and I can draw over this. We're going to start in the center. I mean, I can draw the eyes. I can put detail on it if I want. And this is just my distress pad. It's not paint. You know, I'm not using paint. Distress ink. And I started watching Tim Holtz when he introduced his Woodless Watercolor crayons. He makes a good point. He made some good points. He said, I'm not a color person, you know, meaning that he doesn't do coloring books. But he was given a timeline of his water products, like the distress. I think he did distress ink and then distress oxide, the watercolor pens. And I did not know that they discontinued the watercolor pens. I guess they discontinued them in 2019. Well, that would have been after I moved down here and I probably was out of the loop. So if you have watercolor pens, take care of them. He did mention about being able to bring some of them back to life, you know, how they dry out sometimes and you can reactivate the watercolor. I mean, if you haven't used them, he did mention that. But then he said after they discontinued those, he wanted something to be able to make watercolor marks with. And it's very interesting how, I guess he approached Ranger. I think it's Ranger that puts them out. And he said that they were 2 years developing them. And what he likes about them is, you know, he said he's looked at other products. There are other products out there. And he's right. Some of those other products, especially if they're a woodless product, a watercolor pencil that's woodless, I think of Daniel Smith's watercolor sticks. Those are $11 a piece, and that was 6 years ago. I don't know what they are now, but retail value, I was paying $11 for one watercolor, Daniel Smith watercolor stick. Well, by the time you buy a set of 12, you've spent $100 plus tax. So, and I got all 3 sets, and they're not the same as watercolor, but I was watching him use them, and I did not watch the whole video. And he made a point about the paper that you use, the substrate. Now, when I did those swatches, he was showing swatches that he had done, and another artist, I guess he had some watercolor artist do swatches for him, and he was showing those off. And they were nicely done. But he made the point that it also depends on what paper you're putting that stuff on. You know, no matter what you're using, what art supply you're using, your substrate, if it's an inferior quality. Now, I don't think that my watercolor paper was inferior, but it certainly wasn't top quality either. I mean, I got it at Walmart, but I like it. It's a strong watercolor. It's 140 pound. But it probably was not an Arches quality watercolor paper. And I had noticed, and I went back and listened to part of my swatching, and I swatched the walnut color, and I was commenting how it did not seem to smooth out as nice as the passion, whatever it was. It's a purple color, and I think one of the reds smoothed out, and I commented how smooth some of them seemed to. And then after listening to him, I thought, well, that probably had a lot to do with the texture of my paper. So when you listen to people do swatching and videos and everything, just remember that it also has to do with not just the product they're using, but what they're putting it on. And I didn't, just listening to him, I did not listen to him before I did my swatches. So I probably would have mentioned it. But let me show you the swatches because they're right here. This is set 1. I swatched set 1. I don't know if I'm going to, well, my iron fell. Hold on. I had a little crafty lunch. All right. So see, let me show you. See, this was a little scratchy. I did not seem to be as smooth, even when I wet it. It's a little scratchy. But my Villainous Potion was a purple color. And that was really smooth. And I think one of my reds, this one, the Pickled Raspberry, that was really smooth. And I kind of had an issue with the gradation on these, but after they dry, I see the gradation a lot more. I certainly see the difference between the dark and the light colors, as I brought my water down, but I don't see a whole lot of mid-tones in here. I do in here, and I do sort of in there. So you probably have to play more, and I don't swatch a lot, but he was showing his, and he was showing that watercolor artist. The watercolor artist did their swatches in circles, and I certainly saw the gradation in those. So it depends, and the gradation might have something to do with this paper. But I don't think this is inferior paper. It's certainly not copy paper. It's a strong watercolor paper, but it's not an Arches brand either. I mean, if I was going to pay for Arches, I probably would not be swatching on it. Or even Ranger's watercolor. I would probably be swatching on my Walmart brand. All right, let's take this off and see how my paper stencil went, because I'm playing. I'd like to get, before I get it all off, where's my sponge? What did I do with it? Well, where's your ink? Here's my ink. Here's another sponge. This is the one I used the other night. Well, here it is. What I want to do is get the deckled edges. So before I take the tape off, I'm just going to decal around the edges here. I mean, ink around the deckled edges, the torn edges. But I think I'm going to enjoy using those. In fact, I thought I would try to use something on a little canvas. And maybe I'll draw those buds. Maybe we'll do that. I'm playing tonight. It's art games. It's art games, cutting stencils from paper bags. Play with your watercolor pencils. If you don't have watercolor pencils, play with your colored pencils. Oh, let's take this tape off. I missed that edge. Let's do this one over here first. And I am so looking forward to Rosemary's October kit. What she's doing in October, she's going to be doing batiks. And she's going to teach us, I understand what batik is, but I've never done batik. I've never done it. And this is going to be, I like Rosemary because she tries so many different things. And I am looking forward to October. And Inktober's coming up in about a week. All right, let's see what our owls look like. Ta-da! Oh! Oh! Oh, dear. Okay, I like them. Let's bring this ink out a little. Let's just... And we could draw in here if we wanted. But as I was doing this, as I was thinking about doing this, I was thinking about inking the edges. And in October, she's doing batiks. And she's going to teach us how to do batik. And I'm looking forward to that. But in November, she is doing natural dyes. And she was showing us in her stream, was it Thursday night that I got in there or Wednesday night? I can't remember. She was showing us, I think it was Thursday night, her dye diary, how she's going to keep track of her dye experiments. Oh, this is the page I put in there. Well, okay, we'll leave it like that. In fact, I think I'll go back, and since I've already, this is part of the book, I should probably trim that down a little. It's going to stick out. But we'll just leave it like this for now. What I mean, I'll show you here in a minute. This, when I cut out the, why did I cut that out? I made a pattern. What did I make? Oh, my paper doll. And I cut the page out here. I drew my paper doll, my Queen Elizabeth paper doll, and I wanted her, so I cut her out. So I put another page in here. I just taped it in. But it's sticking out. Sticking out, well, not too bad, but it needs to be trimmed. And when I was inking, I thought that it was inking on this, and I was inking on that. Just so you know. So let's go, now that I've done that, is this the bold one? Is this my bold one? Let's see. Let's draw on this. Yeah. Let's just draw, because I want the owl. Let's give him pointy ears. He won't look the same anymore. He'll look different. But this is an art journal page. And let's do some scary trees in here. Let's bring this down like, it doesn't have to be perfect. You could just play. I kind of wanted those to connect. And, I could outline these. I could go with another color in here. See, these owls seem to be floating in the air. And Roy said he didn't like his owls floating in the air, so he gave him a branch to sit on. And that's what I should be doing, giving these owls a branch to sit on. But I didn't think all that through while I was drawing out the stencil, because you'd have to think of where you're going to cut and where you're not. But we'll just draw it in there. And let's give him eyes. And I might go in, let's try this white signal pen and see how it draws over that ink. Kimberly had told me she got Uniball signal pens at Walmart, gel pens. And these are Uniball. They are Uniball broad. And I think they're signal pens. They're Uniball pens. So let's see. Let's see what they are. She told me about these and I ran to Walmart. Well, I had to go to Walmart anyway. But I wanted to see if they had them, and I found one package. And let's see, it's got the ink on it, the wax on it. Let's see, do I have a black paper? I did somewhere. Where's my black paper? Oh, we can use this brown. Let's see. Look. Now I hope that this does that every time. Let's give him some eyes here. Some eyes. We'll just scribble them in, doodle them in. And now Sheila, when she was doing her scissors, she had used a black ink pen over metallic ink. And I knew that would happen because I have experienced that before. How that when you draw with your felt pen, your marker, over a metallic ink, that ink will just absorb all your marker ink. And she did it 3 or 4 times. And if you keep layering it on there, it finally absorbs as much as it can. But she was demonstrating how that happened in her video. And I kind of the reason I mention it is that I kind of see some absorbing of this white ink through the distress a little. I think it would be more bold if I did it on white, on black paper. Let's give him some black eyes here. Let's outline him here just to play. And let's give him let's see. Let's give him a little triangle there. Let's give him a nose. And there. Yeah, my tree branch here this was the one that was kind of wonky. So, but the whole idea of this was to cut a stencil. I'm pretty happy with my owls. You don't have to draw in them. I'm just drawing in them because I want to. Now, it would be fun, and I don't know if I have one here, to take a napkin back. Do I have a napkin back here? Do I? I do. I have napkins. Do they back? Or do they have backs on them? Can I find one that doesn't have a back on it? I mean, that has a back on it. I pulled the backs off of all of these. Do I have one that's pretty white? I do. Let's ink. Let's see. Let's pretend. Wait, hold on a minute. I've got to pick this up. Let's pretend that this is an entire napkin here. White backing. And let's open this up. Where's my stencil? Where's my stencil? Here. Oh, it has a give thanks there. This won't work. Well, we could do it on the back here and just ignore that give thanks. I was thinking it might be fun. Let's go to a white page. Ignore the give thanks there in the center. Let's place this in the center and let's pretend that this is a white back. This is all a backing to this napkin. And let's ink this up. And so this might be something. Of course, I can't find my sponge again. This might be a way that you can use your napkin backs. Just get your stencil out. You could probably do it with paint. I don't know. And stencil on your napkin backs. Of course, it's probably been done 100 times on YouTube, but I just thought of it tonight. Just as I was playing, I said, oh, you can stencil on your white napkin backs and you can have another napkin print. And was it Dee Dee Willingham that said, let's do a napkin journal? Well, I've already done a napkin journal. She had two. And I did one with Real Simple Magazine. And boy, I did that when I was hanging out with Cindy Utter and Gina Errands. I should get that out and show it. It's in the stash room over there. I'm not going to do it tonight. But I don't have a napkin journal where I only use the white backs. That would be the challenge. Do a journal where you only use the white backs and see what you can come up with. I'll have to tell Dee Dee we're going to step it up a notch for those experienced master artists that go to her chat. They can't just collage a napkin down on a piece of paper and call it well, they can, but if they want a real challenge, they'll take a white napkin back and do a whole journal of ideas. They could mind map white napkin backs, ways to use them. They could make a list, Dee Dee. I'm challenging Dee Dee. Oh, I got my stencil off here. Well, I'm going to leave it. I didn't tape it down. Oops, I'm not going to do that one anymore. Let's do this. I might be a little off in there. Let's do the diamonds. Let's do this corner. You could do a lot with a white napkin back. Barb Owen used them somehow. I can't remember. I remember her getting out the white napkin back, but I don't remember what she did. Maybe she just used it for background. Let's do the diamond. All right. I'm a little off, but look, you have another napkin print. And if that wasn't there, you could collage that and just think if it was another fancy dancy stencil other than the one that I cut tonight. You could do some fancy dancy things. Now, I've seen people stamp with a stamp, you know, ink up a stamp and stamp on white napkin backs. That's a technique. Where are my stamps? I have a stamp here. It's actually, I think it's a sunflower. This I've seen done before. This is, and I think I've seen people swap this type of thing on tissue paper and napkin backs and such. I may not got that stamp too good. Ah, there he is. Mr. Sunflower himself. Meri's having fun tonight. We're going to move on after I do this. I think I'm going to try my distress watercolors on that canvas. What time is it? It's 8:04. I'm going until 10 o'clock tonight, so we got some playtime left. Yeah, I want to finish watching Tim Holtz and see some of the things he tries with those watercolor. I know I didn't. I just swatched them the other night. I didn't do any. Boy, this is coming out nice. So you could collage that in. You could use that and tear this apart and use this. In fact, you could take this. I'd have to mask it off. I'm just going to stamp the whole thing on there and put that in the center of this here. Of course, it'll mess up my design a little, but oops. Well, I see him. Let's do two more and I'll call it done. Yeah, this is done a lot. This is not new. But it's play. It's not doing the same old every time, every week. It's getting out your art in playing with it. And I'll probably fold this up and put it in a kit box and pull it out 3 years from now and say, oh, look what I can use with these. And what's this? Oh, I remember cutting, it looks like an owl. Is that an owl? Or is that a dress form? Oh, dear. I think she meant an owl. I didn't draw on these. I drew on the other ones. I only cut one stencil, but I'm ready to move on. So see what happened? See what happened being inspired by a magazine article? The magazine article was out of Somerset Studio, cutting stencils out of paper bags. And that's what I did. I meant these to be owls. And so then we stenciled someplace in here, right here. We stenciled it in there. We started drawing him out. I didn't finish drawing him out. I'm going to put my stencil over here. Let's just tape him in. I'll put some painter's tape. And then, where's my painter's tape? I threw it aside. Here's some, I guess that's good enough for tonight. Then I said, why don't we just stamp the back of a napkin? And then, well, I stenciled it with my stencil because I wanted to see how that would work. And I think it works fine. But then I said, well, I've seen people stamp before, so I got out a stamp. And there you go. That was my play. That's an art game. Design a stencil and cut it out. I'm just going to put this. I'm just going to put it in here. I'm going to fold this up. We're going to move on. I think I want to play with a canvas. Well, and some watercolor paper. Let's get out a sheet of watercolor paper. And we're going to use set 1, which was what I had swatched. Where is my swatch sheet? It's here. I had it out. I was showing it to you. Here. This is my swatch sheet. But I really, let's get set 1 here. Is this set 1? I haven't opened the other 2 yet. And we're going to use the one I opened and swatched. And I'm going to wash my hands because they're inky. And let me come out and look at chat and see what's going on in chat. Hold on a minute. Let me wash my hands first. They're a little grimy. Shannon says, wow, nice. Riri says, hi, Kristen. Hi, Kristen. Oh, you're not late. You're on your own time frame, and that's perfect timing. I don't expect anybody to be here when I expect people to be here when I open up, but I don't hold you to it. She says, I know I'm late. Riri says, hi. Angie says, oh, there's Angie. Hi, Angie. She says, Junkie, I think you can color with them. If not, I am. They have a coloring book page like Dee Dee colors on the front of the box. What are we talking about? Angie says, I have the Cricut fine point pin set. I made a Christmas card yesterday and colored it. I love it. Woo! Riri says, wow, Kat, I love the combination of colors you have. Kat said, but the white is my all-time favorite. Riri says, they're at my Walmart. Woohoo! Sherry, try looking for its availability at your local Walmart. They are talking about these pins. Uniball pins come in white, silver, and gold. And they're gel pins. Now, I don't think they're signal pins, though. I don't see the signal. They're made in Japan, but they're Uniball gel pens. The ones that the one that, where is it? The ones that Aunt Beck gifted to me were Signal, gold Signal, and I'm looking for it. I meant to keep it in this drawer here. See, they are a little different. But this, I think this is Uniball, but it's a Signal pen. I don't see any writing on it. Well, yeah, I do. It says, I'm Japanese. It's written in either Japanese or Chinese. I can't read it. Yeah, it's written in a foreign language. Art something. I can't read it. It's printed in white. And these came in a plastic case. She sent me 3 of them, but they're a little bit different. But I do think they're Uniball pens. They look very much like the Signal pens, but I think these are a little different. They may not be. But this says Uniball. It just says Uniball. Where's my pen? What was the one I was using? This is the one Becky sent me. I was using the white one. This one says Uniball. It just says Uniball, and it says made in Japan. Uniball made in Japan around the rim here. And down here it says Uniball. Oh yeah, it is a Signal pen. It does say Signal. I just had to look. It does say Signal right there. So these are Signal pens. All right. They probably, I didn't look at the price. They didn't have the price on these, and it was sitting on a shelf. It was not underneath of it was the only one left. I didn't see any others there. I looked and looked and looked. But I would think that, Riri, do you know what they're running for? $6 or $7, $5 or $6? What are they running for at your Walmart? Do you know? Can you tell? I didn't look at I tore up my receipt. I tore it up fast. My brother was calculating. All right. He's a good brother. $5.97. That's a pretty good price for 3 pens. 3 pens into $6 is $2 a pen. That is a good price for those pens, for Signal pens. That is a good price. Look, I got a Menards rebate for him. For my dish soap and I get my laundry soap at Menards. The big, I use the, Arm & Hammer. I like the Arm & Hammer. The liquid Arm & Hammer. I'm going to put this black behind this. We're going to work on a canvas and just see how we're just going to play. Maybe I'll come up with something. I'm not planning on making a landscape or a flower or a head. I don't know what it's going to be. It's just going to be a play. And maybe I'll zoom in a little so you guys can see. And I have a water pan here, and I've got my water spritzer, and I've got some water in here. And last night I was just using, or when I swatched them, I just used whatever brush I could reach for. Let's get one of these packages that I've been hoarding of watercolor brushes and actually use a watercolor brush. Because I bought them, I might as well use them. All-purpose. Well, these are all-purpose. Here's watercolor. We'll use those. Just for the fun of it. And I'll keep those for watercolor. And let's get a towel out. And I don't need a big brush for this little canvas. And let's get this. I'm going to move my swatch set. My swatching. And let's move this a little more in the center and let me zoom in. And I'm just going to play with what I want to do is play with first. I want to play with this ocean blue because it's a pretty color. And I want to wet my brush and brush it off the water. That's a technique. That's a watercolor technique where you don't mark on it. I'm not going to color with it. And by the way, the other thing I think Tim said, and I just watched the beginning of his when he introduced these. I don't think this is paper, but it is. It's a. I think it might be a plastic, but you can sharpen these. He was demonstrating how you can sharpen these. And if you sharpen them in a enclosed pencil sharpener, you can save all the little shavings because there's no wood to them. But when you get to the paper, it will sharpen. Well, I call it paper. I don't think it's paper. I think it's a plastic, some sort of a plastic. You can take this off too. I think he recommended leaving it. Well, I didn't know if it was his recommendation, but I think he probably thought leave them on until, because if you're using them in your hand, if you take it off, you're going to get watercolor on your fingers. Let's get a baby wipe. So I think he said to leave it on there if you care about something like that. Well, I don't want to say it was a recommendation because I'll get myself into trouble. I didn't recommend that. Where did she get that? It's that lady putting words in my mouth. Oh, Meri gets herself into trouble one way or another. All right, hold on. Meri's just chattering away. Let me zoom in just a little. Zoom in. You can see a little better. And what I want to do is take a brush and maybe I'll take this one. Does it give the sizes here? I think it's this round brush. It looks like a pretty long round brush though. And that's a round. Maybe I'll use the smaller round. I think I just have rounds and flats. And I think that's a filbert. But they give different brushes here. Like there's no fan brush in here. This is more of a mop brush. So this brush guide really does not match these brushes. That's interesting. Royal Langnickel, you give a brush guide to something that's not even in here. That surprises me because they're usually a pretty good company. Well, we have a reason for doing it, Meri. Just be quiet. We're educating you on the different types of brushes. Get with the program. Now, get this open. All right, I just want this one. We'll close that up. These are Royal Langnickel. I probably got it at Walmart. They sell them. And it comes with a little plastic over the bristles. And the bristles have a little stiffener on them. But you just kind of... And there it is. Royal Langnickel is a pretty good company, though. I like their products. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some water here and just wet my brush. And I'm just going to see if I can't brush some of this off. Oh, look at that. Oh, and it's going on that canvas quite nice. And you can see the linen of the canvas if you care about something like that. I don't think I'm in enough to. Now remember, this is watercolor, so I can re-wet this and I can put clouds on here if it looks like I'm going to do it cloudy. I don't have to do clouds. And look how dark that is. Let's just do a jaggedy. Let's just do jaggedy here. Now it's trees. Okay. So let's do a lake. Let's do, my brother's been wanting to go fishing again. And I said, I'd go with you anytime you're ready to go. Just let me know and I'll go. He was hoping his son would call him and want to go fishing because it's really nice weather to go fishing. He was hoping that his son would call him and he didn't call. And he said, I was hoping he'd call. And I said, well, anytime you want to go fishing, I'll go with you. And he said, yeah, but you don't fish. And that's true. I don't. I said, I draw. He wants somebody to sit there and fish with him. I tell him he's probably lucky I don't fish. I'd catch all his fish. All right, there's the lake. Well, I guess I'm doing a lake scene just from memory. And look, I got all of that on there just from brushing strokes off of this. And let's just take, and I got color on my brush. Well, I got a little color on my brush. Not much is coming off. And I'm going to set it here and let it dry a little. I don't know if I want to put it back wet. And let's wash off my brush a little here. Make sure it's clean. Oh, let's go to, let's look at my, for the ground, what could I go to? I could go to the walnut and the rusty hinge, I think. For the, it's getting fall. We could do a fall scene. Let's pick out the rusty hinge. That's fired brick. Where's the rusty hinge next to it? Yeah. They're a little hard to get out of the case. Probably be easier once they're used a little. And maybe I want a little yellow in there. Let's do some yellow. I'm going to want yellow anyway. And let's do some, the yellow, I'm going to do mustard seed. And rusty hinge. I could do fired brick and walnut. Fired brick and walnut. We're going to play with these. I had fired brick out, didn't I? Fired brick and walnut. Now on his dye inks, his dyes, that we used to get in those, I don't know if they're distressed, they were inks. He called them fabric dyes, or stain. I think they called them fabric stains, or I think that's what they called them. I'm going to dump this in the water and get some more clean. Once I find what I did with my... Splitter splatter. Doesn't matter. All right, let's look at chat. Riri says, well, Meri, those Derwent watercolor pencils. No, Riri. These are Tim Holtz. I have to put the lid on it. I got these with my birthday money that you guys sent me, Riri. I got all 3 sets. These are Distress Woodless Watercolor. Woodless Watercolor. Now, this looks like wood, but it's really, it's not paper. I think it's more like a well, it might be a coated paper. It's coated. It looks like plastic, but I don't think it's plastic. I think it's a coated paper. And you can sharpen these if you want a better point. No, they're not Derwent. And Tim Holtz made the point, one of the points he made, it was you can buy sets like 72 set of Derwent. Well, I don't know what they're running for now, but when they first came out, they were really expensive. You know, $140 or so when they first came out. I think they're probably around between 75 and 100, depending on where you buy your Derwent. I have Derwent watercolor ink tints, and I also have, when I graduated from high school and went to the University of Nebraska, the very first thing I bought was a set of Derwent watercolor pencils. And this was before, I mean, they're in their old packaging, their old tin set. And you know, I've had those for years and years and years. And I'll bet you that if I tried to sharpen them, the lead would break, because they have been through a lot. But they're still pencil shaped. I hoard that stuff. And these things I'm going to use. Now, you can, these, Ranger just came out with these. They come in 3 sets. I got all 3 sets. This is set 1. Salty Ocean, Black Soot, Walnut Stain, Villainous Potion, which is a purple, Speckled Egg, Salvage Patina, Peeled Paint. We could use peeled paint too. Mustard Seed, Fired Brick, Rusty Hinge, Pickled Raspberry, which I think is a beautiful color, and Picket Fence, which is a white. And I tried to show that on the black there, but it my black kind of drank that white. I find that white, no matter what I'm using, the only thing that I find that I'm really happy with white, now I haven't tried everything, is craft paint in a fine liner. It's an acrylic paint in a fine liner, and you get that beginning dot, you know, and everything, but it's so nice and bold. I find that watercolors and inks, I bought some white ink here the last time I went to Hobby Lobby. I was going to see if this would soak in. It tends to, I don't know why, it tends to soak into your substrate, and that's what was happening over there. All right, we're going to play some more. Oh, I was reading chat. It's a wonderful saturated color. Isn't it pretty? Isn't that pretty? This is Salty Ocean. Let me move up a little. Let me move down a little. There. Isn't that pretty? Well, I'm guessing about where the frame is, right about in there. Now I'm doing the lake. I guess I'll make my brother go fishing. Let's see. I wanted to put some, let's get out that green peeled paint. I'll put it different here. Is this it? Speckled Egg. No, it has to be this one. We'll give them a little green here. Peeled paint. Let's set these in here for a moment. Wait, hold it. He gave me a tray, but they also give this little plastic piece. Hold on, I'm having trouble over here. I don't want that plastic in there. I'll get it out. They give you this little piece to cover these up with. I think you could almost use that as a palette if you wanted to. But I'm not going to. I'm going to set them on here. These are the colors I'm going to use. And I'm going to do the same technique where I'm just taking the, and this is the peeled paint. And I'm just going to brush it off of my stick onto the, well, I might have to color this in a little bit more to get a deeper color. And I'm going to come back behind that with some darker color, I think. Let's just, I think, well, maybe I just don't have enough water on this. Let's put a lot more water on it. No, if you want a darker color on some of these, I think you gotta actually bear down and get a lot of pigment out. See how much water I got on that? But remember, this is watercolor, and I can mix a color with this. But I have to be careful what I mix. There, we'll do that. Now I'm leaving the background of the trees on purpose. Let's go to this walnut stain. You can do this different ways. It's just the way that I'm playing with it tonight. I think I'll actually draw in here too. Now I don't want dark on everything, so I might come in with another color in there. And this is very wet in here, so I really don't even have to bring water off of my brush. And let's do some walnut in here. Let's do the, let's spread some out here. Oops. Lighter. It's a very light. Now this is on a canvas, so I'm seeing the pattern of the canvas on here, the little squares, the weave. And let's put some browns in here, because this is a shoreline, this is a lake and a sky. Wait till I put the white in there and see what happens. All right. It is just a little bit off of there. Look, I got all of that. Just think what you can do. We might do a head. All right, let me wash out my brush and go to this mustard. And let's wash off make sure my brush is clean. We want it clean. We don't want any brown in my yellow. And let's do it here first and see what happens, because now I might have to mark on it. It's a very light, mustard seed is a very light color. Yeah, you can see yellow in there, but I think I want to mix that with the brown. I think I want it to, yeah, mix it a little in here. Look, I got paint on it. That would happen in my pan. That would happen. Whoops. Where am I? That would happen on my watercolor pans. If you look at my watercolor pans, you will see green on yellow, yellow on green, red and blue, blue and pink. I'm pretty happy with that. Just a little touch. Let's do that in here too. I'm just going to draw on there. Now you can do the same thing with watercolor or with other different media, but it's fun to play. This is my birthday present from you guys. It's fun to play. I got to get my brother in there. I'll probably put him in a silhouette fishing. I'll show it to him in the morning saying, sorry you couldn't go fishing, but here you are. Don't remind me, let's go today. But I wanted to behead my marigolds today. Let's see, this is Rusty Hinge. Let's try it on here first. I got to see what. Can you guys see that? It's sort of a reddish rust color. Let's do that. Let's do it up in here. I'm going to color it on there. It's, yeah, okay. I need some water. I'll do it in the background here. I actually want it to show up more. Yeah, I'm working tiny. I'm working tiny. If I was working on a larger sheet, you would probably see this a little better, but let's do some of that in here. And look where the white is in my water. I didn't do that on purpose. So you can color directly on this. I'm not, when on this here, where I did that salty ocean, I put a lot of watercolor on my brush and brushed it down. You get a pretty smooth. When you directly color on it, you get more of a rough line, and then you can go in with, and I tell you, you don't need much water on your brush. And let's do some down in here. Maybe on the edge here. And let's go back to that yellow color, that mustard. Because it's fall. And things are starting to turn and get brown. And let's just color this all mustard, kind of blend it in. See what happens. Probably make it gray. I think I'm happy with that. Now, up in here, though, I think I want some darker. And this is probably where you might want to shave if you're using these to get a sharper point. I think I want some darker lines in here. I'm just going to put some dark lines up in here just to kind of define the trees. Don't need many, Mary. I'm talking to me. And let's take a look. Now, remember, this is watercolor, so I could completely blur this whole thing out. You could probably use a fixative, but every time I've asked a watercolor artist, do you ever use a fixative? They get this. Why? It's watercolor. It's supposed to blur out if you get it wet. I remember I took a class in Wisconsin when they were introducing those core watercolors, and I asked the presenter if she ever used a fixative, and no, it was almost like it was a sin to use a fixative. Oh, okay. I'm going, if you send it in the mail and it gets wet, you're done for. They'll say, why did you send me this mess for? It looks like your art. All right, I'm going to put my brother fishing in here, and I'm going to do it in a silhouette. I have to put my hand down. And I'm just going to put him as a silhouette. He's going to be standing. And here he is. He's going to have a hat. Well, you don't need much. Maybe I'll make him a little taller here. And I'll give him an arm. And let's give him a, I could almost do an ink line on that because it's gonna make a thick line. I don't have a thin enough. And let's just make him in a silhouette. Here he is. He's got his cap on. And I'm gonna kind of blot that out. I don't like that. If I can't blot that out a little. Well, there. And let's give him a little case down here. I really need it. Where's my black? Let's just get some black off of here if I can. Give him a little, I guess that's not going to work. Give him a little case there. Maybe a case here. That's about it. There's some, maybe, I don't have a fine enough. Let's go back in. Let's see. How does that look? You guys see a lot of dark in there. I don't see that same dark. Let me hold it from a distance. I don't, when I look in my tablet, this area in here is really defined dark, but when I look at it in real life, I'm wanting to add more black to it. Now, when I watercolor, when I go out urban sketching, if you ever look at my watercolors, you can kind of even tell it on here. I've got color across the whole page. A lot of watercolor artists will do their sketch and just have light swatches of watercolor here and there. It's just almost my thing to do watercolor across the whole page. Where's my blue? Where's my salty ocean? It's over here. It's almost my thing to have lots of watercolor, lots of color on my page. Now, let's get a little, you don't need much when you're doing this. And I happened to run across one of my early, what did I do with it? My early urban sketching, where I was out sketching a lake in Wisconsin. And, I'm going, wow, that wasn't half bad. When you're actually doing it, when you're out urban sketching, you see, you want it so much to look exactly like that landscape. But, walk away from it. And in this case, I hadn't looked at that video for years. And I was looking at it and saying, wow, Meri, this looks like a watercolor artist did it. I think I'm pretty happy with that. It's a very simple, we could put some of this blue, darker blue in here maybe. It's a very simple, just sketching it from memory of watching him fish. Now I almost want to go in and put some white clouds in there, but I'm afraid that I'll mess this pretty gradation in here. It comes from our darker blue and it's almost lighter over in there. I think I'll leave it. Pam says, I finally recorded my video with the stuff I received from Joni. Oh, cool. Pam, I have been admiring your Project Dress-A-Girl pieces. I'm not putting these back in the order. I can read the label. I just want to get them in here. So what time is it? It's 8:44. Do I want to do another one? Actually, I'm going to hit this with the heat gun a little and play with it a little bit more. Let's hit this because I can see it's still wet. Oh, but my iron is plugged in. No, it's not plugged in, but I unplugged the heat gun to get to the iron. Hold on, let me plug the heat gun back in. You don't want to see this mess over here. I know you want to, but I'm not going to let you. I have a stack of fabric on the floor, and I had to dig the watercolor set out from underneath of the fabric, and it's scattered around now. I had it on the watercolor set. My heat gun is wrapped around my phone cord. Come on, get out of there, because I unplugged it. And so it's doing its thing here. I should unplug it here and plug it back in right. Hold on. Where is it? Here. Hold it. Let me straighten this out. It's a tangled mess down there. That's not good. Should at least have your cords straight. I don't keep many things plugged in. I unplug things. I do keep my tablet plugged in because it needs juice, but and I have to plug my camera in. I don't like to keep a lot of things plugged in. Now, how light fast this is and everything, I don't know. I don't know if he even knows. Light fast meaning how vibrant will they stay in 10 years? How much will the light? You really don't want to hang this stuff in direct sunlight. I should paint the edges. Maybe I'll paint the edges gold. But what I wanted to do is take this permanent Tombow marker, and it's a fine point, and I wanted to define him a little bit more if I could. And I usually don't work in miniature, but I saw these for 90 canvas pads for 97 cents, and I said, oh, it'll be fun to do something on them. We could do an owl. Shall we do an owl? Let's do some definition of the stream up in here. Maybe put some plants or an old tree branch on the ground. Yeah. You just keep playing with it, and you'd be surprised with what you come up with. I don't know if I'm ruining my felt marker. I guess if I'm careful, I've drug it through some wet, I think. You got to be careful with these markers. If you don't know, if you aren't willing to experiment. Yeah, I'm a little wary about drawing over this watercolor. That's one thing I guess you could ask them is, well, yeah, try it and see. Can you draw over it with a felt tip marker? Is it wet? It doesn't feel wet. So it might be, you know, felt tip over paint. Some felt tip markers don't work over paint. I don't know if watercolor, I would think that you could mark over it. Let's go from the felt tip to my, now these signal pens, these S-gel pens are not, where are they? I had it in my hand a minute ago. How can I have it in my hand? I probably tossed it. All right, watercolor brush, scissor, pen plus gear. That's not the one I want. This is the Molotow. Is this it? This is the one. This is a gel pen I think that Dee Dee sent me. Let's use it. It's a pen plus gear gel pen. Dee Dee sent these to me. She thought I meant these. But I thanked her for sending them to me. I really don't buy the gel pens, pen plus gear gel pens. I like the S pens. I like these. I buy these S gel pens. I don't buy these. But that's okay. Now I have some. And these gel pens write over this a lot better than that felt tip did. Just letting you know. So let's put some marks in here. Let's put some marks in here. Put a little plant. Put a little path going down in here. Because he's got to walk down there. And this was his fishing gear here. And this was another one. Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with it. I don't know, this could be a little improved up in here. And watercolor artists will mix pen and ink with their watercolor. If you watch, especially the ones that go out urban sketching. Now, I think I'm getting a little bit too much on there. I think it's time to stop. Let's sign it. I'll just put MLA. Well, L-A. L-A. That's my signature. That looks like a bunch of... Is that drying now? Let's sign it on the back. For my own purposes. I'm not giving this to anybody, but this is 9/25, 25th. Yeah. 2022. And I'm going to put Distress. That's a D. Woodless watercolor pencil. Woodless. I'll put watercolor. I'll put Ranger. Plus ink. And I'll put it up here. Brother Fishing. Just playing. Now, I'm not done with it. Let's see what you guys are seeing. Oh, I went into a different video. Where are you? Come back. I'm in an ad. Hold on. I'm in Shabby Dabby Doodah's stream. Hold on, let me get back to my world. There I am. There you are. Let me get to live chat. Let me set the quality again. Honestly. Riri says, Tech Y She is an outstanding urban sketcher. I've been watching him for quite a while. Tech Y She. Riri, do you want to be made a mod? And you can give a link to him. I'm going to make you a mod, Riri, because you're in here a lot. You're now a mod. If you want to drop a link to his channel, I would be interested to watch him. Whoops. I lost my chat. Angie says, Riri, I didn't eat much of it, or I will be up all night. Let's see. Angie says, turning off the light and watch Meri. Like I'm watching the movies. I just show my hands. I'm not showing my face. Sometimes I do show my face, but it's very few and far in between because this channel is not about my face. It's about my art. I still don't like this area. To me, that area needs some definition. Where's that gel pen again? See, I should put this stuff in a separate area so I can just go back to it. But no, I just toss it aside. This does not have enough definition in my head. This right in, maybe in here. This needs some more. defining. I'll probably mess it all up. You know, it's a little blurred in there. I think that's what's bothering me. So I'll just mess it up, Meri. Now it's I don't know what's going on with that area. And I don't want to touch it anymore. I think that's maybe if I mess this up too, it'll match. Mess up the other area so it matches my messed up area. It isn't going any darker. That's what's bothering me. This went real dark. This is not going dark because for some reason. It's dark, but it's not a vivid dark like this. That's very interesting. I must have something on. There it is. There. That's a little better. Let's make some dark areas in here. Meri just keeps playing with it. That's what I do till I mess it up completely, and it's never the same. All right. So, but this isn't what I wanted to do originally. I want to put some gold paint on the edges. Let's get my gold paint out. Yep, gotta have gold. Cannot live without the gold paint. And I've been dipping my fingers in the gold. I better get this. The baby wipe is a little damp yet. And I've been dipping my fingers in the gold. So that's pretty clean. And we're just going to paint the edges. Of course, I got it on my fingernail. Now, what are you going to do? You're going to put your fingers in it, or are you going to... Yeah, I think I will. Now, let me set this down. I don't want to put it on the black because I want to do another one. But let me just spread some where my fingers were here. Here. And over here. And we'll just let that rest. And push it. Gently push it over here. And we'll put my water over here. We're going to do an owl, just for fun. I got another canvas. Let's move that down a little so you can see it. Oh, let's pull the paper down. And, whoops, what's under here? Nothing. Well, there. Now let's move this up, and I got another little canvas. We're going to do one of our owls on there. It's got a plastic on it I need to take off. Let me wash my finger off here. Just play today. It's all about the play. It's all about the play. That turned out fairly nice, didn't it? Rather fishing. That's the name of that watercolor. All right, for this, I'm going to start out with, I think that rusty hinge. Is this it here? This is pickled raspberry. It's got to be this. It's got to be this one. Rusty hinge. Rusty hinge. Let's put my gold over here. I'll be using it in a little bit. And let's take the paper off. The wrapping for 97 cents. This is fun play. I might go get some more of these. You know, you can take them off the canvas board if you want. Do them on the canvas and take them off and put them in your journal once you get tired of them. They don't have to be canvas all the time. I like the small size, but I don't generally do miniature stuff. All right, we're going to start out with the rusty hinge. And I'm going to start out doing, let's turn this upside down. It's kind of warped. And let's put some more water in there. And I've got spots on my paper. It's not in my water, it's on my paper. If you see a spot. Or it might be on the bottom of the, it's on the bottom of the, I think it's okay. Is it on the paper? Lift that up. Yeah, it's on the paper. The spot's on the paper. No, the spot's on my, you don't see it, I see it. It's on my tablet. I keep seeing that spot. And I think it's on my paper. It's off now. You're going, what spot, Meri? I saw spots. All right, I'm going to play with this rusty hinge in the same way I did that blue. And I'm just going to swipe it off of my watercolor. And this, I would do this with Daniel Smith watercolors all the time. But I have to say, I do like doing this. I do like doing this. This is a fun technique. And we're just going to kind of just get it on there. I might come back again. I thought I'm going to put it over here and let it dry. And let's swipe it off of my, got quite a bit of color on that brush. And let's clean it because I want to go into another color. Wash out my brush a little, wipe it off, make sure my brush is clean. Pretty clean. And let's go to the mustard seed. Mustard seed, and let's do the same thing with mustard seed. And let those two blend in. We probably want more mustard seed because the yellow's pretty, the rusty hinge is pretty strong. Now, in this, I do not see, I see the purple passion. That's the darkest blue tone. I don't know if I want to put purple passion on this. I could and make it a nighttime, but I think I'll stick with the daytime autumn leaves type thing in the tree. And we're going to color my whole canvas here. And we'll let that dry. Let's go to, how about this peeled paint? I don't know how this is going to work. I might have to dip it in the, all right, what I'm doing now is I dipped it in the water and I'm just dotting it on. And I don't need a whole lot of it. These are leaves, by the way. I'm going to put an owl in a tree. Meri's having fun. I haven't been watching chat. I've been out here having fun with my birthday present that you guys gave me. A set of Ranger Tim Holtz Woodless Watercolor pencils. Distress. All his distress colors. Well, I don't know if it's all of them. There's 12 times 3, 36 of them. Is that all his colors? I doubt it. I'll bet you there are more. Let's bring that up in here because we're going to put the owl in here, but he'll go over some of this. All right, let's go back to my rusty hinge and do that same thing. You see, I like lots of color. A lot of our watercolor artists would stop right in here. But me, no! Let's plaster it with color. I noticed that about when you look at some urban sketching. I mean, they'll leave white for on their paper. They'll have white area. You know, I have to color the world. You know, if you look at the world out there, if you're urban sketching, you tell me where there's a big white square on your in this world. I look out of my urban area and I see color everywhere. There's color everywhere. There's no white. Well, it might be a barn or a sidewalk or building, but generally when you do a landscape, it's all color. There's blue sky and green grass and trees and people and barns and, you know. All right, let's do the same thing with the mustard yellow. I think, now Tim Holtz even remarked about that on his. The mustard is kind of a different animal. Yellows are little, and I noticed that the other night when I was swatching. You don't get a whole lot of gradation with yellow. It's almost, it's just a whole different animal. I'm going to leave this area in here a deeper yellow if I can. It's sort of like that's the sunshine coming through. Yellows. And maybe we'll try to bring it down in here a little. But it's blending in down there. So, but most of up in here, we're going to leave yellow. Okay. Now, we want some darker colors on there, but I think I'm going to dry that because it's awfully wet. And if I want it wet, I'll re-wet it. What did Pam say? I have a lock, but I didn't kick him out and lock it. What are we talking, Pam? Pam says, so I went upstairs to help my daughter with her shower. I left my craft room unattended with my 5-year-old. He opened up a bottle of paint and squeezed it out on the floor. Oh my goodness, an artist at work. What is he, a Paul Klee? What a troublemaker, Pam said. Riri says, oh no, you need a lock on that door handle. You have dangerous stuff in there. Angie says, I'm still here. I'm going to go. Good night all. Bye, Angie. Sweet dreams. Pam said, I have a lock, but I didn't kick him out and lock it. She says, I know better. Well, Pam, if it was just on the floor, so be it. Take a picture of it. Before you clean it up, Pam, she's probably cleaning it up now. Maybe if I yell, she'll hear me. Take a picture before you clean it up so you can have a memory of it. I love it. If I yell at her, will she hear me? Did you hear me, Pam? She says, yesterday I went upstairs to cook food, and he decided he was going to take my stamp pad and stamped on the cover of my sketchbook. Oh, she said it's all cleaned up. You should have taken a picture. Now see how that all blended in? I really wanted a little bit, whoops, I'm always out of frame when I try to show you. There. Well, down a little, down a little. Down. Over. Down. I have to stand up to see what I'm showing you. See, it all blended in because that water blended it. So I'm going to take my color again. I want it a little bit more rough. And I'm going to add some, I think I'm going to dip it in. I think it blends because I dip my color in the, and it starts to blend, but I want it a little bit more spotty than, because they're leaves. And I like the blend, but I want some rough spots. I want some leaves, please. Well, I blended that yellow in there. That's probably what did it. Is it starting to blend? Oh, let's go with the green again. This is all background, just so you know. This is a tree, or trees, fall. Let's put some fired brick in there. Where's my fired brick? That's awful. Let's go with that green. That's a big brown spot in there. Let's put some green in there. Well, let's go with some fired brick and see what happens. It's almost like the rusty hinge. That fired brick and the rusty hinge are along the same, about the same coloring. Maybe a little bit redder, just a teeny bit. And I'm going to put the owl right in here, I think. Or I could put him over in here. I don't know where I'm going to put him. All right, let's go with, what's this? Where's my black soot? Fill in this quotient. Black soot. I think I'll put, I see an owl right here. I see him. Now, can I get him in there? He's right in here. He's hiding in the tree right there. And see, here's his body. See? You see him? Do you see him? He's coming out. He's coming out. But, you know, I almost want to blend him, smooth him out a little. Because this is a canvas. And so when you draw on it, you get those rough lines. Oh, I'm liking that. Now, can I take my gel pen, the one that Dee Dee sent, Pen plus gear. Dee Dee, I might go get some more of these because I'm liking it. I really don't buy too many of these, but I'm liking these for drawing. My markers do not draw well on wet paint. Well, let's try this a little. Pen plus gear doesn't do that good either. Now I'm just drawing an owl from memory. I just got a shape of an owl in there. That should be pretty dry. He just couldn't get the pink and purple open, Pam says. Aw, poor guy. He wanted pink and purple. Pink and purple. And he tried denying doing it. He knew he was in trouble. He knew it. He knew it. You probably had an expression that scared him. Like, uh-oh, I'm going to get it now. I didn't do it. All right, we're going to put a tree branch in here so he has something to sit on. I have to say, all right, I want this tree branch to kind of come up this way. I'm not getting lines in there like I want. I don't know if it's trying to draw over this watercolor. I should try it on a, let's try off of the canvas. I don't know if it's the canvas or the, let's try putting some yellow on here. Let's put some yellow down in here. And I'm going to try to draw over this with my pen and see how it does. Where's my brush? Let's blend that in a little. Oh, I might have some color on there. That's okay. Now let's dry it and see if I can draw. It might be that I'm trying to draw on a canvas and I'm getting a rough line. That's pretty dry. And where's my pen? Let's just draw an owl. Yeah, I think it's because I'm drawing. Well, it gets a, well, my page, it's a little wet, so my canvas might be a little wet too. It's kind of squiggly ink. Let's hit that with some water and see if it runs. Gel pen. Yeah, look at that. This is gel pen on watercolor paper. So this is what you have. I mean, it's a good thing that you can take advantage of it. You just have to be aware when you're drawing. If you don't want it to run, don't put water on it. But if you do want it to run, you know, put a nice black area in there, grab some water if you want to get shadow in there, and then just kind of blend it in. You know, get darker. Sometimes when I did a drawing tutorial several years ago, and this is watercolor paper. If you do this same technique, what I used to do was take and just scribble an area. I do that with markers that I knew, or pens. This pen is sort of, I wouldn't say this is the best one, but if you have a vellum coated paper, and then I'd call this my palette, and then you can move you can use this just like a paint palette, and you can move it around. Look how that So you get that nice tone of ink. That is a drawing technique. But I think what's happening over here, see, I'm not getting a nice line in there, but I'm also drawing on a rough surface. I'm drawing on a canvas. This is be where I want to get out my fine liner. I'm having to go over it more than once to get a nice line. It's okay, it just isn't. And I could probably move this ink on this canvas the same way that I moved it in here. We're doing an owl in a tree. What can I say? Let's give him some leaf shapes in here. Maybe I should make it look more like a oak leaf. Sort of an oak leaf shape. And maybe down in here. Well, let's do one up in here. Now I'm almost afraid to put the eye in, but I'm going to. The eye and the nose. And we'll give him a wing here and a wing and here. Yeah, tail come down a little bit more. Well, don't mess him up now, Meri. Now let's do some oak leaves in here. Now I would want, especially if I was not keeping this, I would want to, and I think I will, experiment with, I got some Krylon fixative. I don't want to spray it here tonight because it's stinky stuff. But I think I'll try spraying this, and you have to spray it lightly at a distance, because if you hold it even, I would say even a foot away, it's going to cause your watercolor to run and blur. But I might try some fixative on this. Just because I would want, if I was selling my art, I would want to ensure that it could be enjoyed even if it got a little wet. Now I'm going to do more on this. What time is it? It's 9:25. I still have time to play. Let's try some white in his eye. I don't know how it's going to work. I haven't played too much with the white. I did do it on that black. It kind of soaked in, and I think that's what's going to happen here. It absorbs in. Give it another coat on it. This is picket fence. So if I keep putting it on there and layering it, now when I first did it was wet. So you might just need to use this dry. I don't know. It would be interesting to hear him talk about, maybe he did. But see, I don't think that putting this on here is going to do much good. I really don't. Because it's so little. I would almost want to touch this with my acrylic paint. I don't think that's going to work. So I'm going to put it back. You use that more for blending purposes. Let's go back to that green. And let's just kind of dip it in there. And let's do some. And I'm really wanting to put color on this. And I'm finding if I take this green, and I just noticed it up here, if I blend it in with my black ink, it makes it the color I want. It's not working so much there. It really worked there. Where's my gel pen? Let's try that with another color. Let's really ink this in a little. Well, it's not inking. It's not getting as dark as I want. It gets dark on my paper, but there we go. I think because I'm working on a canvas too. Where's my fired brick? Is that fired brick? Yeah, let's dip that in red. And let's try, ooh, that I like. Let's try that over here. Yeah. Let's do that a little on him. In here, maybe. It's fun just to play. Let's go to let's get crazy and go to this Salvage Patina. I haven't used that color much. It's sort of a seafoam green. Seafoam? Meri. Well, could be. Well, I don't know if I like that. The closest thing I have to browns on here is the walnut stain. Where's my walnut stain? Let's use some of that in here. No, I'm liking that. I guess that green is the walnut stain. What did I do? Did I put the green back? Villainous. Where did I put the green? those fine liners, those Tombow fine liners are felt tip. Felt tip does not work good over paint. These gel pens work a lot nicer, but they don't give me, it's not the same type of line as a fine liner. But I guess I'll be happy. Yeah, I kind of wanted to define that leaf a little better. I'm not sure I'm getting it. Huh. It's like I'm scratching that watercolor now. Huh. Wiping it off with my finger. All right, now I'm going to get brave. And you're going to get brave. I'm going to try. Let's try this white gel. I don't know if it'll work. I want white in his eye. His eyes are really okay, but I want some white. Where's my black paper? Oh, that's nice. That's nice. I'll leave that. Hope that stays. Now, I want a little bit of black. Too bad I need one of those black. Just want a dot in there. I'm not sure I'm going to get it. Let's let it dry. Let's dry it. Meri's playing tonight. I'm not doing getting anything else done except for playing with set 1. I'm pretty happy with it. I'm wanting some black in there, but there, I guess that works. There. Let me hold it up so you guys can see it. There he is. Let's define him a little bit better here. It's working on a rough canvas. I think it would be different if I were working on a smoother surface like a watercolor paper or my ink pen. My ink pen doesn't glide the way I want it to on this canvas. Let's see. Let's see, it just doesn't do what I want. Oh well. Let's play. Maybe if I go in one direction, seems to mark better. Up and down. Oh, that's interesting. It seems to give me a better line if I go like this rather than go like that. You learn by doing. We can't get a lot of detail. Let's see if I can do this owl a little bit better. I wanted to define him more. Hee. Think I better quit. I'm overworking him. I'm overworking it. So what do? Hit it with the pen again. All right. Let's put some gold on him. Let's sign it. How did I do this one? Meridel Abrams. $925-2022. Well, I messed that signature up. Ranger Distress Watercolor, Woodless Watercolor, Woodless Watercolor. And ink. And I'm going to call this Owl in a Tree. Owl in a Tree. I'm just playing. If you don't play, you don't learn. I've learned a lot about these. I really like this area. On this, I love how it's darker in here and it just smooths out to a light blue down in there. And I even like, I accidentally left water in my lake. Water whitecaps. I didn't plan that out. That just happened. And that's my brother fishing. Silhouette. And I painted the edge gold. Oops, what do I have there? A little paper on it. Let's paint the edge gold. Should paint it black. Doesn't all have to be gold, Meri. You get gold on the brain. Let's paint it black. Let's put all my watercolor away. Let's put my pen back in the case so I'll have it the next time I want it. I hope Walmart continues to stock these. And I'm not putting them back in the same order because they're labeled. I'll just be lucky to get them all back in the case. And where's the... Let me lift this up. Uh-oh. Where's the plastic palette? I threw it somewhere. It has a plastic palette that fits on here. Here. It's very hard to see. I should paint it red there. I probably still wouldn't find it. Thank you so much for the birthday present. This is set 1 of 3. I got all 3 gifted to me by you. Thank you so much for the birthday present. I'm going to paint my edge black here. And what am I going to use? I did buy some. No, I didn't. I did not find any black paint. This is some jet black. Let's paint the edge of this one black. And I will dry it as I paint it. And I'm going to work out of the cap. So, ew. Ew. This is because you don't use it. Gunk right off the top here. I wonder how gunky this whole thing is. I didn't get any, when I shook it, I didn't get anything in the cap. Well, it got dirty though. I don't know. This might be old paint getting gunky on me. Nope. It's got paint. I just had some gunk at the top. All right. I don't want to use my watercolor brush. I washed that off. It's pretty clean. I'm going to put it back in the case. And I'm going to keep it with these. I was thinking how nice it would be to have a fishing tackle box. Maybe I'll rub something from my brother to keep your nose in. Okay, so I want a craft brush. I should have a craft brush over here. I washed them out the other day. Here we go. And we're just going to paint the edge black. Just painting little canvases. I'm not going to do the third one tonight. I'll do it another time. I don't know what I'm going to do. We'll think about it. I should do Penelope. Penelope says, I'm here, Meri. At your service. I want to do some Christmas postcards and have them printed off. And if I'm going to get them done, I was showing those the other night that I did a couple years ago. And I ordered 4x6 photographs. I was going to send them as postcards. There they sit. And I would send them, but it's the old Penelope in her old outfit. I think I'll edge this a little. If I can. Let's just set it down. Maybe I'll edge that one too. Yeah, I've got a gunk on my brush. Now I could paint on here, but I'm not going to. I'm going to leave it as watercolor and ink. Yeah, I don't have much paint in there. I'm using it up. No, I didn't edge this, did I? Oh, looks like I need to get another baby wipe out. Hold on. I want to use up these baby wipes. I've had them for a year and a half, I think. They're still good. They're Pampers, but why have baby wipes if you don't use them? Looks like I got some green paint on that. I don't do it tonight. I don't have green paint on my fingers. I've got black. And of course, they're not completely clean, but maybe they're clean enough that I don't mess up my yellow sky. My moonlit sky. That yellow is the moonshine. Yellow moonshine. All right, we're going to paint this. I just want to kind of hold my finger there. Paint this edge. On my little finger, my crooked little finger. All right. Let's edge it a little. I am happy with him. He's not perfect, but you know, I'm so tempted to go in with some black in here. And look at that area right in there. Just is not defined. Right in here. I tried, and it was doing like this area did. And I must have a thick layer of watercolor on that, because my ink was not taking. This is craft brush. I get it clean. Its paint tends to get down into there's a name for that. I keep forgetting it. I call it the metal piece. Oh dear. I'm gonna try again. Maybe it's dry enough to find my pen. I throw these pens around. I gotta quit throwing the pens around. Let's try to. Yeah, I think it just needed to be dry a little. I don't like it not being defined. All right, quit playing with it, Meri. Leave it alone. Oh, look at this. It's a... I don't take my own advice. I said to quit playing with it. All right, let's put this back on the black paint. I think it's okay to put that cap on. That's pretty well used. So, this is dry. I almost want to edge this. Let's try it with a fine liner, with a marker. Let's move this over this way. That works. It's been sitting and drying. It's working for a little bit anyway. Enough. And I think the fact that I'm working on a canvas, your lines are going to be rough because of the cotton weave in there. I'm very aware of it. Yeah, I think I'm happy. Is this dry? No. I'm going to hit that one with the heat gun. It is 9:53. I'm going to hit this with a heat gun. I think I'll use these as my thumbnail. I'll come out and chat in a minute here. Uh-oh. I think I might be needing a new heat gun. Let's see, maybe it's the plug-in. Hold on. No, it's plugged in good. I might have to get me a new heat gun. That'll be my next birthday present. I haven't spent all my money yet. I'm going to order me a heat gun. And I think I'm going to get me a new splitter cord for my phone so I can listen in my earbuds. I think this heat gun is on its way out. When it starts doing that, you know, I'm rough on it. I'm rough on it. I know I am. All right, let's take this and this and turn it upside down so I have a nice thumbnail. And that will be my thumbnail. Maybe I'll open them up a little more. And let me come out and look at chat. That'll be my, don't go buying me one. I'm going to get one with my birthday money. Sometimes I say I need and you guys send. I love you. But I'll get one with my birthday money. A heat gun. Amber. Hi, Amber. She says, uh-oh. Thank you, Amber. Riri says, aren't they fab? That was done with Rangers. Where did I put it? Where did I put it? Where did I put it? Up here. Rangers. Rangers. Waterless. Woodless, not waterless. Distress. Watercolor pencils. They're woodless. Distress pencils are woodless watercolor pencils formulated to achieve vibrant coloring. And I did that on these canvases, so it has a little bit of a rough surface. You don't see it much, but I feel it when I'm working. All right, I was looking at chat. Hold on. She doesn't. Oh, hi, Kathy. Thank you, Kathy. Aw, thank you, Pam. Good night, Becky. Riri says, ha, ha, ha. I just discovered that I have an Arteza set of 72 watercolor pencils. I completely forgot. Riri, get those out. Don't let your paint dry up. I thought that my black paint dried up on me. I need to use that black before it does dry up. I need to use it. So I think Becky said good night. She said the kitchen's clean. I got walnut ink in jars, but I did laundry this morning. I threw some laundry in, kitchen towels, and I folded those all up. In the back porch, when I'm sorting out that walnut ink and the acorns and everything, I kind of do it on top of our washer and dryer. It's kind of my table work area, so I had to clean all that up. I don't leave it messy. So our kitchen's pretty clean. I made a quiche tonight. I had to wash all the dishes from that because I had to. I'll tell you, I went to town. I cut up a green pepper and chopped it all up, cut up an onion, chopped it all up and cooked them, and added mushrooms, let that cook, and then I added the ham, let that cook. It was really pretty good. Then I beat up, I used 6 eggs, I think, and grated the cheese and peeled the tomatoes, and I put the filling in the eggs and put it in the dish and layered it with the tomato slices. It was really pretty. Put the cheese on it and sprinkled parsley on it. And my brother said, when I called him for supper, he said, I'm not really that hungry. He said, I don't know if I can eat all that. I put it in 8x8 pan, and I just cut it in 4. So, quiche is pretty light. It's a pretty light dish. It's not like eating a piece of pizza, a fourth of a piece of pizza. It's a pretty light dish. And he ate it all except for just a little bite. So I guess he was hungrier than he thought. He said it was good for a change. He wouldn't go to that much trouble, though. He doesn't like to, chop up things and mix things, and he just puts it in a slow cooker and cooks it. He does do pretty good when he makes his sloppy joes. He likes sloppy joes. He does a pretty good job on that. Thank you, Paula. Good night, Paula. Yeah, Paula, these are Tim Holtz Woodless Watercolor paints. They just came out. Well, I would say they've been out 3 or 4 weeks now. I don't know for sure. I've been watching Tim Holtz's introduction video. So I haven't finished watching it. It's a couple hours. I think I watched maybe 45 minutes of it. That's all I got done. Amber, Pam, Amber. I'm just scrolling back to see if I missed anybody. Angie said good night. Here's where Pam had. I wish you would have took a picture of that mess, Pam. That would have been one for the scrapbooks. If he does any, Pam, if you're still out there and if your son does any more tricks like that, you take a picture before you clean that mess up. And when he's 18, you can get that out and show it to him. Say, see what you did? See what you did? Oh, I didn't do that. Oh, Angie, Riri, Joni, Kathy, cut and paste. Cut and paste is Deb, right? Cat and paste? Cat and paste. Is that Deb? Do I have her name right? Pam says, okay, I will. Okay, you guys, it's 1 after 10. I'm going to go ahead and sign off. Don't forget, tomorrow's Monday. Dee Dee Willingham comes on at 8:30 Eastern. And Janet Nash comes on at 9 o'clock Eastern. Janet Young usually comes on at 1 Eastern. I think she had company last week. I don't know if she still has company, but I'm just giving their regular times. And somebody else comes on Monday afternoons. I forget up in that time. And I wish we could get Lisa back. Lisa usually used to come on Monday nights, but you know who's been going on Monday nights? I haven't been in there, is Kathy, Kathy's World. She's been playing bingo on Monday nights. And I'm not involved in that, but I should be. Thank you, Amber. Okay, everybody, go out, enjoy the world, do some sketching, do some art. You know, do your art. Don't try to do somebody else's art. Your level is where you're at. Go interpret the beauty of the world as you see it. Don't try to make it as it is. You know what I mean? Well, you can make it as it is, but most of us are not photographic artists. Most of us aren't. I'm not. I know I'm not. But your art becomes your style when you do art as you see it. And you would be surprised. I was saying earlier, I went back and I looked at some of my urban sketching. I've been away from that book for 6 years. And I was watching an old video and I'm going, wow, Meri, you did that. So, you know, you can surprise yourself. Just go have fun. Don't try to be a Picasso or a Michelangelo or Da Vinci or, you know, some of the well-known artists of the day. Be you. And the more you be you, the better you'll get. Enjoy the beauty of the world. I'm done. Bye.